Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of potato and barley farmers from Entotol, Mileli Ward, Narok North Constituency, Narok County. They are in the Senate on the invitation of the Senator for Narok County, Senator Ledama Ole Kina MP. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are Ben Timene, Dan Tabash, Ngoibo Ngoitiko, Peter Kelele, Tubula Ngoshasa Dabash, and David Sururu. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegation to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of the visit. I thank you. Senator Ole Kina. Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to join you in welcoming to the Senate a delegation from Narok North. I do understand, Mr. Speaker, from your communication that they are potato and barley farmers. Mr. Speaker, there are some jurisdictions in this world where the farmer is king, where farmers are respected and taken very good care of. The Speaker, in my interaction with the Senator for Narok, I've had him many, many times because I sit in the Committee of Roads, pushing our committee to ensure that there is proper road network in the farms around Narok North for purposes of ensuring that their barley and their potatoes can access markets without much difficulty. The Speaker, that is yet to happen, and I do believe that in the next dispensation, somebody will take very, very serious, will keep, we'll make sure that those roads are done, because the Speaker, as you speak today, I do understand there is a lot of potato in Narok North. But in most parts of the country, people are starving. We need to find a way of connecting the farmers with consumers and ensure that the work of these representatives of farmers from Narok North does not go to waste. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, having served with Senator Ledama Ole Kina, and at times we take very, very different positions on matters because we believe in proper representation. I have no doubt in my mind that in Senator Ledama Ole Kina, the people of Narok have the right representative in the Senate. So to ask the visiting delegation to pass this message to the people of Narok to make sure that they re-elect this able senator who has been very, very firm even in defending the Maasai culture. As you can see, even now he's donning Maasai attire to ensure that we bring you here to continue serving you and representing your interests. The Speaker, I welcome the delegation. Thank you.
Senator Mzurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I would like to join you in welcoming the delegation from Narok. And Honorable Speaker, this delegation must really be aware that they have a champion in their house in the name of Senator Ole Kina. Anytime issues are brought on the floor of this house, Senator Ole Kina ensures that he's also asking a take for Narok. When it comes to even money going to the counties, he has been very keen about ensuring that money is going to the counties, and he's never ashamed, he's never embarrassed of his people. He's so proud of his own, and I'm happy that even in the House, you can just see that he represents the Maasai, and there's no question about it, Honorable Speaker, because nonverbal communications speak a lot, even more than words do. So I hope that the people of Narok will give him the desire of his heart of representing them once more in this House. And I want to say that Honorable Ole Kina also is a strong champion of Azimio la Umoja, and he's one person who is solid and reliable, and I hope they'll give him a chance to continue being as solid as he is for the sake of the development of Narok. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Bogisho.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join you and join the senators in welcoming the delegation from Narok North and all the other delegations that are here. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about their representation here in the House, and I am very sure, Mr. Speaker, that the whole House agrees with the fact that Ole Kina has done a splendid job, not representing the Maasai, but really all the people who are disadvantaged and taken positions which require a firm stand and solid position in terms of, for example, Mr. Speaker, the Mau Forest and other things. So I'd like to say this is not because he's here, but this is the last chance for us to say something about your representative here. He represents the Maasai community all over, and I want to say thank you to him. But I want to welcome them and for them to know, Mr. Speaker, that they probably go into the annals of history as the last guests to this House as it is now constituted. It's a day, they have come on a day when we are adjourning sine die, and therefore it will be very interesting for them to say we were the last ones for the 12th Parliament to be in the Senate as guests. And so I want to say thank you, and I don't know about all the others who have come. You're all welcome to the Senate. I know that sometimes when you come to the Senate, you may have an appetite to come in and sit in here. So that's your own progress, and I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, I want to say also thank you for the way that we have had a tradition in this House here. So those of you who go out there, speak well of our Senate. I thank you, Speaker.
Senator Mogeni, Eric Okongo.
Mike, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join you and Senator Ledama in welcoming our visitors from Narok North. Mr. Speaker, some of us who are neighbors of good county of Narok know that the best potatoes come from Narok North. So when we see these farmers here, we know that they contribute a lot to our food basket and the food security of our country, which is really very commendable. As we know, Mr. Speaker, more than 70% of our rural population depends on agriculture, and they contribute 33% of our GDP. So these are very important people to our economy, and I want to thank Senator Ledama Ole Kina for making the initiative of inviting these farmers to the Senate. And I want you to go back with a message to the people of Narok that we value and respect your good senator of Narok. He has been very active on the floor, and I hope when you make a decision to vote on 9th of August, you will consider re-electing Ledama Ole Kina. And Mr. Speaker, while our friends, the farmers from Narok North are here, it's also good to, as leaders, to say that as government we need to work hard to ensure that we have good infrastructure for our rural population. I know that Narok North has a very poor road network. I hope Ledama, when the 5th becomes a president, you will fight hard so that Narok gets a good improved road network. I've seen, Mr. Speaker, how good road network benefits farmers and even their business. Just by getting tarmac from one of my constituencies in Borabu, from Tinderet, Metamayua, Mecheo to Nyansiongo, we are now able to move our tea very easily. The tea reaches Nyansiongo Tea Factory much faster than it used to, to reach before. And my farmers even expect good returns from tea. The bonus will most likely improve this year because of having a good road network. So I know if we fix the roads, these farmers will have good returns from their potato farming. So I hope, Senator Ledama, you will fight for your farmers, and I hope they will also give a promise that they will re-elect you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, they also need to know that they need to support a government that promises to fight corruption. People must know, Mr. Speaker, that unless we tackle this disease called corruption, we will never improve the lifestyles of our people. So good people of Narok, when you go back, look at the manifestos of all the parties that are seeking for presidency, and I hope you take time to read the manifesto of the Azimio coalition that has given a promise that it will fight corruption, and once we fight corruption, there will be a trickle-down effect. It is people of Narok and other parts of Kenya that will have good roads. So we thank you for visiting us and wish you a very safe trip back to Narok. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kinywa.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuungana nawe kukaribisha ujumbe wa kutoka Narok kaskazini, wakulima wa viazi na shairi. Na jambo ambalo ningependa kusema ni ya kwamba ni dhahiri shahiri ya kwamba ukitembelea sehemu nyingi za Kenya, na hasa sehemu ambazo kuna wakulima, unapata barabara si nzuri, barabara ni mbaya, kwa hivyo inakuwa ni vigumu kwao kutoa mazao yao kuleta sokoni. Ukiangalia sehemu hiyo, kwa sababu nimekuwa nikiongea na Senator Ole Kina, tukiwa naye katika kamati ya Kawi, amekuwa akiangazia akisema ya kwamba hakuna stima. Hilo ni jambo ambalo limekuwa kizungumkuti pale. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo ningependa kuambia ujumbe huu, kwa sababu hawa wanawakilisha watu wa kutoka upande huo, ni vizuri waseme vizuri ya kwamba Senator amekuwa akipigania mambo ya stima iweze kupelekwa sehemu ile, kama vile ndugu yangu alivyosema Wambo ya kwamba amekuwa kipaumbele akipigania mambo ya barabara. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri ijulikane ya kwamba kama serikali inapaswa kuwa ikiangazia mambo ya barabara, na si barabara peke yake, kwa sababu ukipata kitu kama shahiri na vile viazi, unapata inakuwa ni vigumu wao kupeleka sokoni. Na kama kungekuwa pengine na stima sehemu zile, wangeweza hata kutengeneza zile zinaitwa cold rooms, mahali ambapo wanaweza kuweka viazi vyao, na wakati bei zimekuwa nzuri wanaweza wakaenda wakauza. Hilo ndio jambo ambalo linapaswa kushughulikiwa. Ole Kina leo tunataka kumpongeza kwa sababu yeye ni mmoja wa wale ambao wamesema ya kwamba utamaduni ni mpaka udumishwe. Yeye ni kielelezo tosha katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ya kwamba yeye anazingatia utamaduni, na si utamaduni peke yake. Amekuwa akisema ya kwamba utamaduni ukidumishwa, vile amekuwa akipigania haki za kabila ya Maa. Na sisemi ya kwamba yeye ni mkabila, lakini anajua mahali ametoka. Amekuwa akipigania na amepigania zaidi. Lakini nikimaliza, kile ambacho ningependa kusema ni ya kwamba wakulima watafaidika zaidi na watu ambao wanaishi maisha ya chini tuwainue, wakijiunga na serikali ambayo inakuja na ile ninajua itaongozwa na Mheshimiwa William Samoei Arap Ruto, kwa sababu hiyo inazingatia watu walio chini kuinua juu. Wakulima wako chini watainuliwa juu. Wale wote kwa lugha ya ile ambayo inasikia naambiwa hapa wanaitwa mahustlers. Na watu wote wengi wa Kenya ni mahustlers. Wanaweza kujimudu kimaisha, na hata wale ambao wanavaa nguo za mtumba wana haki kisheria katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kufanya ile biashara yao kidogo ili waweze kuinuliwa. Na tukiwainua kiuchumi itakuwa ni jambo ambalo itasaidia sana. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema na Ole Kina ni najua yeye hata japokuwa kwa mlengo ule mwingine, yeye ana imani ya kwamba hustlers ni mpaka wainuliwe juu waweze kuwa watu wanategemewa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Bwana Spika, nasema asante sana.
Senator Masinza Shionga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join you in welcoming the delegation from Narok, where our airport Senator Ole Kina, the Dharma, comes from. You are most welcome and feel at home. Mr. Speaker, so I want just to encourage the delegation from Narok, who are farmers of potatoes and barley, that you are in the right track. And you remember, or you can, as we are aware, it falls directly under agricultural crops. And the agricultural crops is devolved. And when we talk about devolution, that is the work we do here in Senate. We protect the counties, and agriculture falls directly under us. And your senator here does a lot to protect you as citizen of Narok. You have chosen the right leader, the leader whom I can admire if I were in Narok, that you re-elect him so that he can continue with the good work that he started, despite the fact that every term must come at the end, but always think about what your leader has done to you to re-elect. He deserved re-election. Mr. Speaker, also I want to say that agriculture plays a very vital role. And we are looking at agriculture employing around 40% of the employees in Kenyan citizens. So you are in one way employees of your own people. So I encourage you to continue, because potato and barley is just part of the farm product that we encourage our citizens to continue, or we encourage them to plant, because they serve as main key food for Kenyans. And even when it comes to importation, then they bring or they contribute much to the economy of this country. So I just want to say, and in conclusion, that farmers really enjoy their product when the economy is good. And we are praying that the economy of Kenya improves, and especially in the agricultural sector. So I want just to say, feel most welcome and feel at home. And I wish you to re-elect Ole Kina, Ole Dama, so that he can come here and we continue working together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate you for welcoming them.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join you in welcoming the delegation from Narok to this assembly. We want to thank you very much for visiting us, although it is the last time we are sitting. Still, you are welcome, and I wish you had come much earlier, because from this Senate you learn a lot. Even if you are a farmer in Narok, you also learn a lot from the Senate, and also from your able representative, who is Senator Ole Kina, who has been very, very active in issues affecting the county governments. And we know very well that agriculture is the backbone of this country. Without agriculture, I can tell you, we don't have anything else that we can show the world or show anybody in this region. So I want to say that farmers should always be supported to do their work. For example, if you are a potato farmer, it's not only farming potato, but you should go a long way to do value addition on that potato so that you get maximum. You know, farmers just get the minimum that because the product is bought at the farm. And then there are so many middlemen. But if we can work on things like industries in Narok itself, so that there is a chain reaction from the farmer, you can own those things. You can be the middleman and you can be the manufacturers. So that is allowed, and I want to encourage you that farming is good. We want to encourage our senator, and we hope that you are going to elect him again, because he's a very able, young, very pragmatic leader that should continue to lead the people of Narok, and also even to lead this country from this platform. So thank you so much for visiting us, and thank you, Senator Ole Kina. I believe and I know that these people believe in you, and they will give you another chance to serve them in the capacity as a senator. Thank you.
And finally, Senator Ole Kina.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking you for your magnanimity in allowing the delegation from Narok North to actually sit in the Speaker's gallery. You know, that shows a lot of humility on your part, and for that, I'm sure even them and everyone watching these proceedings will recognize that effort. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all my colleagues for the kind words that they have had this afternoon on my part, and also for welcoming these farmers from Narok and Tontol area in Melili Ward. Mr. Speaker, Melili Ward is known to be one of the leading parts of this country that produces potatoes. These farmers have been facing a lot of challenges in terms of potato regulations. When you see sacks of potatoes being carried, or rather being sold by or bought by the brokers to be sold in Marikiti in Nairobi, one sack is about 2 full sacks of potatoes. So the prices have always been the big challenge. I know the not to harass the farmers. And I think it behooves us as Parliament and also the Senate to ensure that we protect these farmers. Agriculture is devolved, and these farmers need our protection. They need our protection. We need to be able to ensure that we enhance the legislation to guarantee maximum returns on the farmers. Mr. Speaker, these farmers from Melili Ward also have a big challenge in terms of getting electricity connectivity in their area. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Melili Ward, you will think you're living somewhere in the Bundus, you know, somewhere where it's not even a civilized nation, because there is no electricity. The place is completely dark, you know, and I do hope that the Ministry of Energy can be able to really consider extending the last mile project into this area. This is an area where if the road network is constructed, or rather it's improved, these farmers can be able to benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor, but I just want to say to the farmers that this is a place where you can be able to get your issues dealt with. You can also get full representation. And I hope that when you go back to Narok, you'd be able to share the sentiments from my colleagues on the kind of work that we do here. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. I will come down and ensure that you also get to enjoy a meal from the Senate, courtesy of yours truly, so that at least when you go back home, you will say the senator was also magnanimous, following the footsteps of the Speaker in ensuring that even us can be able to enjoy a meal. Because this is a public place. And this is a place where you need to come in and you control it. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, with the words of my people, and I show Ogule, may you remain with blessings and always walk in beauty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your contributions. I have another communication to make. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Ecumenical Lutheran Church of Kenya, Kongoi Secondary School in Nakuru County, who are on an academic trip. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Okay, Senator Madzayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kukushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii na niweze kukuunga wewe mkono kwa kuwakaribisha wanafunzi kutoka maeneo ya huko Kericho. Ni Kericho? Kutoka Narok, Nakuru. Haya, karibisha wanafunzi waliokuja hapa kujifundisha na kusikia na kuona, kujionea kabisa vile mambo ya Senate na wabunge wa Senate wanavyofanya, na tumaini baada ya kuona wataingiwa na moyo ya kwamba siku moja pia wao wana uwezo wa kuja ndani ya Senate na kuwa maseneta. Na hakika kwamba wakitoka hapa leo wakienda nyumbani, basi kuna maseneta kadha wameweza kutengezwa ambao miaka mingi baada sisi tumeondoka hapa wataweza kuingia. Cha pili, Bwana Spika, pia nataka nikuunge mkono kwa kuwakaribisha ndugu zetu kutoka pande zile za Narok. Hawa ndugu zetu wametoka pande zile za Narok kuja kujionea pia. Hao kama viongozi kutoka huko nyumbani wanaweza kujionea vile ambavyo tunaweza kutenda kazi wa Senate unaendelea namna gani. Hata ijapokuwa kwamba leo ni siku yetu ya mwisho, wamebahatika kuwa na sisi, wameweza kujionea jinsia vile kazi ya Senate inavyoendelea na mijadiliano pia inavyokuwa inatendeka katika bunge letu la Senate. La muhimu ni kwamba maeneo yale ambayo wanatoka ni maeneo kwamba mmoja wetu hapa anaitwa Ledama Ole Kina, yeye ni seneta wa pande hiyo ya Narok na ni seneta mchapakazi. Nataka kuwaambia kwamba kama kuna seneta ambaye angefaa kuendelea na kazi, sio kuchaguliwa tena bali kuendelea, nikiwaambia ndugu zangu kama viongozi, mkirudi nyumbani muone ya kwamba huyu seneta Ledama memwangalia kwa macho mawili na kwamba mtamuombea Mungu ili aweze kuregea tena hapa Senate aweze kuwatumikia. Ni mchapa kazi na sisi tunamuona na tunajua, na tunawaambia wazi kabisa ya kwamba hamukupiga sipo bali mlipiga ndipo. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Ole Kina, you wanted to say? I hope not on the same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, let me thank you for welcoming the students from Nakuru. I met with some of the students who came and said a lot to me outside Parliament, and I just want to encourage them to be able to dream higher. I always believe that your dream cannot chase you. You're the only person who can be able to chase your dream. So if you believe it, you can be able to achieve anything you set your goals to. You know, we were once students, and we always continue being students. You never stop being a student. But this is an opportunity for you, because the Bible talks about generations. You're in a completely different generation from our generation. You are what we call now Generation Z. This is an opportunity for you to be able to learn from the previous generations, like the millennials, which I believe I fall in that category. And you see the mistake we've made so that you do not make that mistake. Technology is something that you must embrace so that you can be able to improve how you live and how you communicate. Most of you have smartphones. We never had smartphones. Most of you wear shoes when you go to school. We didn't have shoes when we were going to school. This is really an opportunity for you to dream higher. So I want to end by encouraging you to chase your dream. Remember, your dream will never chase you back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to welcome the students to this chamber. Mr. Speaker, all of us were students long time ago. And I want to remind the students that we are who we are because of the tips we were given by leaders at the time, the tips were given by teachers at the time, and we are who we are because we remained steadfast and focused. I want to tell these students that being focused when you are in school and doing that which will take you far will pay back. I want to remind these students that we know that you are victims of COVID-2019. COVID disrupted your studies. And I feel for this group of students because they didn't have the number of years that the previous students had. But all the same, I want to remind these students that being focused at this time will take you very far. We don't want to look back at what happened. It affected all students in the whole country, and we want to encourage you to go and work hard and make sure that you progress to the next level. I want to remind these students that you don't dream big when you have become big. You dream big when you are still small. I want to remind them that if they stay focused now and dream of the future, they will reach there. Some of us, when we were very young girls, we told ourselves we'll reach the university, and that's how we reached the university. We focused, and we were determined to reach there. So I want to remind these students that your dreams are now. Your dreams are when you are still in uniform, not after. And when you leave your school, secondary school, and proceed to university, you should know exactly what you are going to do. So I want, on behalf of the senators, to remind you students that the sky is the limit. And when we say the sky is the limit, it is because you can recreate yourself, you can build yourself, if you stay focused, if you stay disciplined. I want to remind our students also, and students all over this country, that discipline takes you very far. It is not only academics, but self-discipline is very, very important in life. And so I want to tell these students and students in the whole country that it doesn't pay to be destructive in a school, because we have seen students destroy, and the only people who suffer at the end of the day is their own parents, who will have to pay for the damages, and life continues for everybody else. So we want to encourage you to remain focused, stick to your education, because education is a very short part of your life, but it determines what you will be in the future. So if you have to take anything from this Senate, please work hard, and your future will be shaped by how you handle yourself in school. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I join you in welcoming these students and wishing them well, even as they go to finish their studies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu, as we check some.
Asante Bwana Spika, nataka kuungana na wewe kuwakaribisha wanafunzi katika kikao hiki cha Seneti, na niwaambie kwamba ni kitu cha manufaa zaidi kutia masomo mbele, kwa sababu masomo ndio uti wa mgongo wa maendeleo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ni vizuri kwa sababu viongozi wote walioko hapa, hawa ni wale ambao wamekuwa wakitia mkazo katika, wakati walipokuwa vijana walitilia mkazo katika masomo yao. Na niwaambie wanafunzi ya kwamba wakati huu ndio unaweza kutengeneza maisha yako ya usoni, kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema udongo ufinyange ikiwa ungali mbichi. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri, nataka kuwaambia ni vizuri mtie bidii katika masomo yenu, kwa sababu mkitia bidii katika masomo yenu, chochote ambacho unachokitarajia kukifanya ama kuwa katika maisha yako ya mbeleni utakipata kweli. Lakini ni mambo mawili, masomo uyatilie mbele, alafu nidhamu uweze kuifuatilia. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome the students to this Senate sitting. Having been myself a professor at the University of Nairobi, one of the things that I learned through my studentship or scholarship is humility, politeness, and obedience. And I have an inquisitive mind, an inquiring mind, that will carry you to where you want to be in life. Always know what is around you, what's about you, and what your friends are doing. And do not do anything that upsets or annoys your friends, because that's the beginning of quarrels and trouble. Your teachers are there to guide you. You have been in a privileged position to be having free tuition at the secondary section. And soon after this, after the new elections in 2022, 9th of August, there is a promise that there will be free tuition and free education from the primary sector to the secondary sector, all the way to the university sector. The ball is in your court. It's how you handle it that will determine your future. You are making your future today and not tomorrow. I wish you well, and I know that you are going to excel in your exams and in your endeavors, wherever you are. And first and foremost, obey the laws of this land. Do not be persuaded by an iota, by anybody, to enter into antisocial activities, particularly some of these drugs which are lurking around in the society. They will be able to retard your memory, they will retard your sharpness, your intellectual ability and capability, and therefore you need to be able to shape yourself in a Christian way, or whichever way it is, and stay true to the cause of scholarship. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for this opportunity to welcome our students to this Senate sitting.
Senator Masinza.
Thank you once more again, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity this last day to welcome or to join you in welcoming a student from Kongoi Second School in Nakuru County. I just want to encourage the student, and I want to say you are most welcome in this house, the house that you can learn more, and I know you are in the right institution. Even where you study, it is the right institution, and that is why your teachers thought that it was wise to bring you here to make a trip to come and visit your parliament, where the laws and policies of these countries are met. I just want to also encourage you that education shapes a person into a person that becomes responsible in the society. And for you to become responsible in the society, first of all, the background must be your education. And I want also to say that the teachers who just navigated around and thought that the parliament should be the right place for you to be here, and see your leaders. Your leaders are here, they represent you well, and it is good that you came and you are here with us. So what I want to say is that being the last session for us being here, I want to wish you also that being the last term in the education or in the education term or this term, I want to wish you all the best in your exams. For those who are proceeding to another class, I want to wish you all the best. For those who are finishing and moving to another level of your academics, I want to wish you all the best in your exams, and be the best of you. And some, I know you will be here, you will come here. We have made it here because we shaped our life through education, and we followed exactly what teachers told us, and your teachers are the people who sit with you 75%, unlike your parents. Follow what your teachers tell you, and you will be the best. Thank you very much, and we welcome you. God bless you all.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. From the onset, I want to welcome our very good students to the Senate. I think from Kongoi Secondary School, if I heard it right, from Nakuru City County. I know you are aware now Nakuru is a city county. And a number of us who come from Rift Valley normally pass through Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them to learn. I know these our future leaders. We want them to work hard and smart in school so that one day and one time they'll be able to sit here and legislate and oversight and represent the people from across the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, and I know their memories. I wish they would have come early, but a number of senators here, some maybe they have heard or read through books, and they are lucky today to meet Senator Amos Wako, who is the longest serving Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya and the current Senator of Busia. And I know it's an honor to them. Senator Professor Sam Ongeri, who was a former Minister of Education, Health, and many dockets in various government. He was an ambassador. And a number of us who have served, even Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, who was the Minister of Higher Education, Senator Wambu, who also was a teacher, and a number of us, I think they have learned, have interacted, and they have spotted the only Maasai, Mr. Speaker, who wears traditional wear of Maasai, Senator Ledama Ole Kina. So they can see this the house of union. They can see that this is a house where reasoning prevails over everything. Mr. Speaker, I wish them well. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, on record, Nakuru County is one of the unique counties. You remember our colleague, Senator Kiika. She is a woman, and she has served very well as a senator in this house. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, God willing, Nakuru County and Senator Sionga and Senator Nyamunga should listen to this, and Senator Beatrice Kwamboka should listen to this. Nakuru might end up, and Senator Zani, Nakuru might end up in the history of Kenya electing a senator who is a woman by gender, Senator, I think Senator Tabitha Karanja, and might end up electing a woman governor, Senator Susan Kihika. So Nakuru, we are proud of you. We hope you will make history by representing and presenting where we'll have a woman senator and a woman governor, and that will be the history in the Republic of Kenya. And I wish you well, and Mr. Speaker, we wish them well as they go back to their schools. I thank you.
Senator Lagat, Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to welcome the students from Nakuru County, here Kongoi Secondary School. I want to welcome you to this particular great house, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. And this is a great place that you can learn a lot of your history and civics. And I would like also to thank the teachers who decided with a lot of wisdom to bring you to this particular house so that you may learn so many things. You will get an opportunity to learn a lot from the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, which has the lower house, that is the National Assembly, and the upper house, which is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. This is a very important house on matters to do with legislation, on matters to do with the oversight projects of our counties, and many other good functions. So welcome, students. I want to tell you that once upon a time, Chinua Achebe, I think things fall apart, says when you see the king's mouth, you might be tempted to think that he never suckled the mother. When you see the senators here, you might be tempted to think that we were not students. But we were students like you, we were young like you. The difference is only a matter of time, and you'll be here. So what I want to tell you, students, is that be very disciplined in school and work very hard, because you have seen that things have changed. Maybe during in the next term or so, people with a lot of education will be required to be in such places so that you become very informative. So I want to say that work very hard in your school, be very disciplined. We really admire Nakuru County for so many things. And I want to say that I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker. I was a student in Nakuru County, that was in Nakuru High School and Menengai. And whenever I see a student from Nakuru County, it makes me proud. So I want to thank you, students. I want also to thank the teachers and actually tell them the work you are doing to this country is great. I would like to encourage you teachers to continue the good work that you are doing to our children by nurturing them to become responsible members of society in future. That is very encouraging. Though teaching profession has a lot of challenges that we normally experience, but nevertheless, the work that you are doing as teachers is great. So students, welcome. When you go back to Nakuru County, go and work so hard in school, do very well and go to university, study, and make your vision realized in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Kidhui Ngugi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join you in welcoming students from Kongoi Secondary School. Honorable Speaker, this school is special to me because I also schooled in Rift Valley, Kuresoi, and particularly Boron Secondary School. And this school was our sister and brother school. And therefore, this is a school that I know too well. And the reason as to why I've decided to talk to these guys, because I know that place very well. It's a place of hardship, but I want to assure you that having come all the way to Senate today, you can also make it in life. Don't look at what is surrounding you. Don't look at your background. With focus and determination, you can be anything that you want in life. Myself, I was there, I was in Boron, and you know that Boron Secondary School was not as prestigious as your school. But by the grace of God, I went all the way to the University of Nairobi, and here I am. If I made it, you can also make it. All the best to those that are graduating. All the best in your endeavors. God bless you. Hope to have a photo with you after this session. It reminds me of the journey that I have walked this far. God bless you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Amos Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity and join you and others in welcoming the students of Kongoi Secondary School. My colleagues have said it all, and I do not want to repeat what they have said. I just want to tell the students that normally we are a full house with a lot of activity, and therefore what you are seeing here is not typical of a normal session of the Senate. In a secondary school, students, you are now at a stage, a very critical stage, in forming the basis, the basic foundation of your future. It's at this stage that you become teenagers. It's at this stage that you develop a vision of what you want to be in the future. It is at this stage that you develop your character properly. And I want to assume that because your sponsoring body, I suppose, is Ecumenical Lutheran Church of Kenya, that the school is also founded on a firm moral Christian or religious basis. To me, that is important because one of the key evils in our society today is the fact that we lack a national ethos, a proper, positive national ethos to govern our society. It is that we applaud issues such as corruption. It is that we applaud negative aspects of ethnicity. And I want to believe that your school is bringing you up in a way in which you will grow up ethically, with a strong moral foundation, with discipline, and with the fear of Almighty God, which our own Constitution recognizes in the preamble and in the opening articles of the Constitution. We recognize God. And I hope that the school, the teachers who are with you, are emphasizing also those aspects. That is not just the academic, in which you must excel, and you must excel, but it's also in your personal development in the right way, which will help this society to move away from what has been bringing this society down, as I have stated. I personally, when I was in high school, I did visit this parliament, and my memories were to see the likes of Tom Boyer, the likes of Mwai Kibaki, the likes of Speaker Humphrey Slade, actually conducting affairs and debating matters and so on. And I believe that's partly what really inspired me to be what I am today. And I do hope that when you look down at us here, you'll also similarly be inspired by what the Senate does, what the senators do, and be inspired in the direction of leadership. But leadership is not the only direction in which you should be inspired. You should be inspired in the direction of the arts, of the sciences, of the technology, and the other areas of human endeavor. So I wish you all the best, and thank you for coming to see us on our last day. It is like we are blessed by the students of Kongoi Secondary School. Thank you.
Finally, Senator Mwaura Isaac. You left, okay, next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, the Election Campaign Financing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 37 of 2021, second reading, resumption of debate.
Senator Wambua, who was on the floor. It's not there. No one wants to contribute? Senator Ledama, approach the chair. What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the order paper, and there are two very critical motions that we need to be able to discuss. One of them is, which are in the order paper, deals with the issue of the debt ceiling, and the other one also deals with the sine die motion. From the look, we don't have numbers at the moment, so I wanted to request that you suspend the sitting for about 15 minutes so that we can be able to consult and know the way forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I request Senator Farhia to second.
Okay, it's not a motion, so I think using my discretion, standing order number 1, I suspend the sitting for 15 minutes. Leaders, can you approach? Okay, tell us. Me, I'm ready. Members, can you start? Order, take your seats now. Okay, order, senators. I put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the sessional committee on delegated legislation on the consideration of the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations, legal notice number 89 of 2022, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th June 2022, and that pursuant to the provisions of Section 52 of the Public Finance Management Act, the Senate approves the amendments to the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, principal regulations as effected through legal notice number 89 of 2022, thus varying the public debt ceiling to an amount not exceeding 10 trillion shillings. Okay, let's have the tellers. Yep, we are starting the vote now.
Senator Adan Duro Fatuma, Isiolo County.
Speaker, I vote.
Vote Dulo, Senator Dulo.
I vote yes, Speaker.
Senator Ali Abdurai Ibrahim, Wajir County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarke Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheruiyot Aaron, Kericho County. Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Harigura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles, Turkana County. Senator Kajwang Moses, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Uasin Gishu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Moranga County. Senator Hanir George, Vihiga County.
Senator Haneri, vote.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kibiru Charles, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County. Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County. Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka-Nithi County. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher, Bomet County. Senator Lelewel Tumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Linturi Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Annual, Lamu County. Senator Mazayo Stewart, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County. Senator Malala Cleophas, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Senator Mbito.
Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako, Migori County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip, Kajiado County.
Senator. Yes, Senator Mary.
Senator Murkomen Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Senator Mudhama Agnes, Machakos County. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makwiny County. Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwasushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County. Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ole Kina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Ongeri Samson, Kisii County. Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Kisumu votes yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Pogisho Samuel, West Pokot County.
Mr. Speaker, West Pokot votes yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson, Nairobi City County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wako Amos, Busia County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Mahmoud is trying to log on. Can somebody help?
No.
Mahmoud is trying to log on.
It is okay. We have a team and they're even here. He's not. He's not. I could have seen it.
No, but he just resolved. there's a problem with the link.
Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County. Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses, Bungoma County.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a problem with the network. There are people who are trying to log in, they are not able to. Is it possible to suspend the voting for some time as we try to fix the network issue? Because people are trying to log in and they are not able to log in. You know? Can we suspend the voting? Mr. Speaker, is it possible? We suspend the voting for some time, Mr. Speaker. Kindly. And then we fix these network issues and then we see whether we can get enough votes. That's the idea. Or make sure everybody has the right to vote. Please. Understanding order number 1.
No. What we do is order. They will.
Understanding order number.
I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes to sort out the network problem. Only 5 minutes. Then they'll repeat the names.
Okay.
As he repeats, they are sorting out.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Senator Ali Abdurai Ibrahim, Wajir County. Senator Cherard K. Samson, Nandi County.
Senator Malala has just sent a message to say Shionga should vote on behalf of Kakamega.
Senator Cheriot Aaron, Kericho County. Senator Harigura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irungu, Moranga County. Senator Kibiru Charles, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County. Senator Kimani wa Matangi, Kiambu County. Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
Can you vote, Senator Mahmoud?
No. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher, Bometi County. Yes,
I vote yes.
Senator Lelewel Tumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Linturi Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Annual, Lamu County. Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Marim, Mandera County.
Senator Mahmoud, vote.
I vote yes, the Speaker.
Senator Marala Kilofas, Kakamega County.
No, they have said it. Let's hold on. They're saying it might be challenged because it needs to be in writing.
Yeah. Senator
You will see.
Senator Mbito Michael, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako, Migori County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mugeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon, Baringo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpayei Philip, Kajiado County.
Senator.
Senator Murkomen Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Senator Mudhama Agnes, Machakos County. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makwiny County. Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwinyi Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County. Senator Ole Kina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson, Kisii County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kiyo, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangura Moses, Bungoma County. Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
Okay, I vote yes.
Senator Cherarke Samson, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, yeah? Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Kericho have told me to be patriotic and protect their country. I cannot allow wastage of 1 trillion. I vote no.
Senator Rigura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irungu, Moranga County. Senator Kibiru Charles, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County. Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County. Senator Kithure Kindiki, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Lelewel Tumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Linturi Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Annual, Lamu County. Senator Malala Kilofas, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, Trans Nzoia votes yes.
Senator Mpayei Philip, Kajiado County.
Senator.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makwiny County. Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, anapiga ndio.
Senator Wario Gorich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses, Bungoma County. Senator Wetangula Moses, Bungoma County. It's not. It's not. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makwiny County.
I vote yes.
Okay, give me the tally. Okay, order, senators, take your seats. Okay. Order, senators. These are the results for order number 19. Abstentions 0, nays 3, ayes 27. The ayes have it. So I'll now order senators. Order senators. I'm now rearranging the order paper to go to order number 21.
Order number 21, motion adjournment of the Senate sine die.
Leader of majority. Order senators. Order Senator Cheriot. Order. that order senators, that you can sing. Order Senator Langat, that you can sing after this in the out there in a rally, maybe in Jacaranda or somewhere. Leader of majority.
All right.
Okay, order senators, maybe I make an announcement before that.
Okay.
After this, we'll have a caucus at the new restaurant after we go Senate die. We shall not die there, but we will. Okay, leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29, the Senate adjourns sine die. Mr. Speaker, it is a very special day for the 12th Parliament and the Senate of the 12th Parliament. It's a day, Mr. Speaker, when we have to say formally that we're saying our goodbyes, usually very difficult to say, Mr. Speaker, for a group of people, honorable members, who have been so interwoven together, members, Mr. Speaker, who have grown together. And for the day has come, Mr. Speaker, when some of our members are saying goodbye, not to come back to this House. Some members, in fact, Mr. Speaker, don't even have the opportunity to come back. Some have not even going to run for anything. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this is the opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. It comes at the end of 5 years. And it's my privilege, Mr. Speaker, to serve as the majority leader at the time when I have to move the motion on sine die. Mr. Speaker, it's not a difficult thing to say, but I want to congratulate this House, beginning from yourself, the Speaker of this Senate, the Honorable, the Right Honorable.
Let's consult in low tones. I know we have.
The Right Honorable Ken Lusaka, who has guided this House for the last 5 years in a way that, Mr. Speaker, everybody agrees that has been very fruitful and has brought us together. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important day. In the past 2 years, we have passed several bills, and under my leadership, Mr. Speaker, we have passed several bills in this House originating from the National Assembly. The two houses of Parliament worked tirelessly under very difficult circumstances, sometimes not agreeing at all, not seeing eye to eye, and even, Mr. Speaker, proceeding to court to challenge some of the things that have been done. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also gone through months of COVID-19, the pandemic, and we've braved it, Mr. Speaker, and under your own supervision and guidance, Mr. Speaker, this House managed to wade through COVID-19 and lockdowns, and also, Mr. Speaker, when we had a chance, you taught us to obey the regulations on 2019, and we did. And so we survived it. And this is a House that has come out of it, purified and strengthened. The Speaker, at the time, in Parliament gave us opportunities to bond as a Senate. And despite our political divides, Mr. Speaker, we accorded each other respect. Important mandate, which was really the thing about this House, Mr. Speaker, we accorded each other respect, decorum, and focus on the most important mandate of the House, and that is to attend to petitions, to statements, and bills, among others, aimed at the betterment of the House. Mr. Speaker, we know each other better now. After 5 years, Mr. Speaker, we know who will, be afraid to say things. We know those who would stand up and even challenge. And Mr. Speaker, all those are attributes of a legislator. We didn't always have to agree. Speaker, we can remember the times when we did not even agree at all, even from the same side, Mr. Speaker. Those of us from the same sides did not agree during the division of revenue at one point, Mr. Speaker, the formula, Mr. Speaker, we did not agree. And Mr. Speaker, that did not remove any of the values that we had for each other. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take too long to speak today. It's just that I have a chance, Mr. Speaker, to say thank you to some people in a particular way. I'd like to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to single out the Speaker of the Senate and say thank you for the way you and I have worked. And, Mr. Speaker, we have sharpened each other, I guess. I can say that, Mr. Speaker. We have sharpened each other as iron sharpens iron, and you and I, in our roles, have sharpened each other. And I do agree, Mr. Speaker, that we have come out better people. I'd like also to single out the leader of minority in the House, Speaker, Senator James Orengo, whom, Mr. Speaker, all things being equal and things favoring him, is the next governor, Mr. Speaker, of Siaya. And Mr. Speaker, that means that from this House, and I do recognize all the other members who are aspiring to be governors from this House, the governor of Nairobi, the man from the northernmost point there, Majir, our friend Mahmoud from Mandera, It's going for Senate? Okay, all right. I didn't know that. Yeah. Professor Ongeri is here, Mr. Speaker. It's also going for governor. I don't know when Charage will go for governor, maybe another year, Mr. Speaker. But all those people, Mr. Speaker, who are going to be governors will take some experience and richness from this Senate. And those of us who are running, some people are going to be in the National Assembly, some are running, some will be nominated. But, Mr. Speaker, wherever your station is, you'll remember this Parliament and you'll remember this Senate. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say thank you to the way we did our work, which was bipartisan, and I want to thank the team that is led by Honorable Orengo, the team of Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and the judge and the whip and deputy whip, Senator Kwamboka, Senator Madzayo, Mr. Speaker, and the team that is on this side as well. I want to single out the deputy leader of majority, Senator Dulo, whom I know, Mr. Speaker, is probably now in her station campaigning to come back here. Mr. Speaker, the indomitable Senator Farhia Ali, who, Mr. Speaker, has worked so hard and always present, representing all of us. And, Mr. Speaker, you know on our side that we've had two whips, and both of them have since left the side. Mr. Speaker, and so I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker, the Senator Kangata and the Senator Wamatangi. So, Mr. Speaker, all that time that we have worked, the House, the Senate has stood tall. The Senate will be remembered, Mr. Speaker, for a number of decisions that were made. One of the decisions, Mr. Speaker, was that the Senate stood firm on challenged matters that were taken to court and they sought a court's opinion. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have stood, you yourself, Mr. Speaker, as the Speaker, and the Speaker before have walked to court to challenge or to make representations to appear so that, Mr. Speaker, the integrity of this House can be maintained for years to come. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, in the morning, I had said there is an existential threat to this House. And unless we guard against that threat, Mr. Speaker, there are people who are hell-bent on lowering the Senate, on make sure that the Senate doesn't get recognition. But, Mr. Speaker, the Senate has a special role. Mr. Speaker, the Senate, under our Constitution, has to be there for devolution to exist and for devolution, Mr. Speaker, to flourish and to grow. And so, Mr. Speaker, for those who think they can diminish the light that is the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them that the Constitution protects this Senate. And the membership of this Senate, whoever comes back, will continue then to defend those rights and privileges of a Senate. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues, the colleagues, Mr. Speaker, all these colleagues of mine, from both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, those that we have interacted with, those who have given us problems, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to name them now, but they know each other, Mr. Speaker. Some of them come from as far as Mwingi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, because I know that everybody wants a chance to give their goodbyes and a sine die. I just want to say this, Mr. Speaker. There is something that the leader of minority said this morning, Mr. Speaker, that the executive will need to be careful, Mr. Speaker, not to contribute to the divisions between the houses. Mr. Speaker, this was very important. So that, Mr. Speaker, things like bills that have been passed and assented to needed, Mr. Speaker, to consult both houses so that we can make it easy, Mr. Speaker, for us to approve and to reach concurrence. The two houses have fundamental responsibility of passing enabling laws which can make the two levels of government answerable to the people of Kenya and better their lives. It's my prayer that these two houses in future, Mr. Speaker, will focus on this purpose and not resort to sibling rivalry, which will only curtail their performance and not add value to Kenya. Both houses have their constitutionally given mandates, which neither house should try to erode from the other. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the staff of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, led by the clerk, the deputy clerks, Mr. Speaker, the table clerks, and all the directors and those who made our lives here easy. Mr. Speaker, it was easy to do Senate work because we have staff that supported us. And I'd like to thank all of them and say I wish them very well in their endeavors. Those vying for positions, different positions, I give you my support, whichever one I can, and always ask that you who go to become governors, please go and make a difference where you go. Mr. Speaker, you have been here, for those of them who have been here, and I know that without saying, the next governors will be different because they have been here, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that those who left here in the last Senate did not show much difference, Mr. Speaker. And so this time, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the people who have been here, when you become governors, please respect the Senate and make sure that you also change governance in those places where you have gone to. The Speaker, those of us who are trying to recapture our seats, I wish you success, and that when we come back to continue, I hope you can pray for me too, so I come back into the Senate, to be the Senator of West Pokot, and I also pray that you will be here with me. The Speaker, sine die is a motion without a reverse gear. Once it has been moved, Mr. Speaker, it cannot get back. And so I like now to get the motion rolling, and I want to end here, Mr. Speaker. I like to move, Mr. Speaker, and if I have not said anything about you, and I have not thanked you, feel that I have thanked you enough. It's just Mr. Speaker, that I had said this earlier. Of course, nobody was here, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I had spoken about the House Business Committee, chaired by yourself, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thank you to members, where we all worked, Mr. Speaker, bipartisanly. And whatever we did, we may have offended some of you by the way we worked. I know that I must specifically say, Mr. Speaker, I saw Senator, I don't think there's a name called Scoop, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Shionga, Mr. Speaker, was highly offended. She's normally a very bright person with her face and so on, but when she gets angry, Mr. Speaker, it does go away. So I do want to say sorry for those whom who have offended. Forgive us, we'll forgive you too. And Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I'd like to move and ask Senate Minority Leader, Senator James Orengo, to second. I thank you.
Okay, there is a point of order from Senator Farihia before we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a, the Senate resolved to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 21st June 2022, until conclusion of business appearing in the order paper number 21 on the order paper. And I ask Senator Ladama Ole Kina to second.
Okay, order, senators, I propose. The question is that the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 21st June 2022, until conclusion of business appearing at order number 21 on the order paper. I put the question is that the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 21st June 2022, until conclusion of business appearing at order number 21 on the order paper. As a matter of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As a matter of our counter view, say nay. The ayes have it. Now, before it's seconded, also, I wish to guide that although we have said that, Order Senator Cherargei, although we have said that, we will have to limit the time because we have to do this within 2 hours as per what we resolved. So looking at the interest, because I know everybody will wish to say something, and everybody will want to get an opportunity, but we must also respect what we resolved. So if we agree, we started at 5:32, we must end at 7:32. That means if everybody 10 minutes, except, okay, 10 minutes maximum, except the leader of minority. Okay, there's, okay. There is a, okay. I want us to agree, yes, leader of majority.
No, we're not limiting, Mr. Speaker. I'm just saying calculation. We are now left with 1 hour and 10 minutes. And so if you give 10 minutes, only 6 people. Yeah. No. We have, oh, there.
2 hours, we started at 5:32.
We have taken out 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. So you think 10 is okay?
Okay, okay, okay. But if you don't have to speak for 10, if you don't have something to say, you can reduce. Okay, order, senators. Okay, Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second that the Senate do adjourn sine die. Mr. Speaker, this may be probably my last speech in a chamber of parliament. Maybe I'd address the House in other capacities, but this is probably my last speech. Mr. Speaker, I want, first of all, to thank everybody, the senators with whom we have had a wonderful journey in the last 4 years or so, coming to 5 years, and thank the leadership, the majority leader, the deputy, the whips in the majority, the speaker and the deputy speaker, the leadership in the minority. I would have said more about everybody in the leadership, but because of time, I will not say why I thank them specifically, but I think it has been a wonderful journey together. And I hope that in my memories of parliaments that I've served in, the 12th Parliament and this particular Senate, the second Senate, will have a chapter in my book which I'm writing. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say this. Parliament cannot be a house of yes and no. I am afraid that in the parliaments, the last two parliaments, we are almost becoming a parliament of yes and no. That when it comes to the vote, that's when we make judgment of the contributions of both the National Assembly and the Senate. Many parliaments are remembered not by the speeches of those who went away the majority. Many parliaments are characterized by dissenters. And I think this is why John Kennedy wrote a big book about profiles in courage. People who said things that should not have been said at their time. And to that extent, I've enjoyed being in this Senate, that even where we have disagreed, I've taken it in good spirit. Like when we were confronted with the issue of the formula and the debates that took place in this parliament. As a matter of record, it may go as one of the best debates, some of the most brilliant debates of the Senate and the National Assembly. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for presiding over those sessions, which were very, very, very critical. And I think when you go back to Bungoma, we will forever thank you for taking us through the Senate at that time. But I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. One, whenever I think about parliaments, I always think about Disraeli, the British Prime Minister, who had a great contestation with another Prime Minister who was called Gladstone. They call each other names, but down in history, they are probably some of the best leaders that have emerged from the House of Commons. Because of the debates, they called each other names. Disraeli was Jewish. Just remember that at the Victorian time, in that parliament to have a Jew as a prime minister of an Anglo-Saxon nation was not easy. And yet they used to have these wonderful debates. Those who respected Gladstone would call him the grand old man, and Disraeli would call him God's only mistake. And it was all taken in good measure. I remember about Churchill, who became prime minister almost by mistake during the war. And he lived on to be the greatest Englishman alive. He's been voted many times the greatest Briton alive, who came out of necessity. So at the end of the day, what am I trying to say? I think we are going through a very wonderful period that we have had a coalition before, many coalitions, and this time we have not had a formal coalition, but I think this coalition will be remembered, not formally in place, but through a handshake of bringing peace to this country and to bring a new constitutional dispensation. But what I want to say more importantly, which I said today in the morning, the judiciary, and I want to repeat this, the judiciary probably is the most important institution in this country. And I said this morning that probably if Chelagat Mutahi was alive today and was a parliamentarian, he would not have been charged, convicted, and jailed for the period that he went to jail. So I want to plead with my colleagues that wherever we go, always remember that the greatest institution to keep a democracy alive is the judiciary. We may disagree with them, but I'm hoping that throughout our lives and contribution to this country, we must always fight for a free and independent judiciary. In fact, at the founding of the American Constitution and Declaration of Independence, I think the greatest contribution was by Chief Justice Marshall, who in the midst of that victory by Washington was able to stand up in a great decision to make sure the judiciary did not go overboard. My fear is, but I believe the next government probably will have a president who will comply and respect the Constitution. But my greatest fear is that in the midst of victory, sometimes we want to take the judiciary for granted. And I hope that that will not happen. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have had this debt ceiling that we have enhanced upwards, making it possible for Kenya to borrow. But I hope that in doing so, the government will behave responsibly, because we can talk about COVID, we can talk about these challenges, but in our nation, the financial discipline has always been lacking. And therefore, if we extend the debt ceiling, which has been growing by leaps and bounds, we hope that there will be responsibility to make sure that although Kenya may be making some strides in the area of infrastructure, but if we don't manage it well, we will not be able to become a free market economy which can guarantee prosperity to the rest of the country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, because many people want to speak, I hope that Kenya will come together and live in the spirit that Kenya is bigger than all of us, and that we can stand and defend each other. However much we disagree, but we'll be able to stand and make politics the business of governance, so long as it is practiced in accordance with the rules. But politics, if it's practiced in a way of winning at all costs, we may make the greatest mistakes in the land. And I hope that both the law and institutions will not be made either to victimize or to propel people into positions where they wish to be. I hope that we maintain the rule of law and order and justice for all, because this is how you build a lasting democracy. If you have a system that believes in fighting its enemies at whatever cost, you can never advance. If you have people who are not in government and want to win at all costs, you can never have stability. So, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to leave it there and hope that we meet again in other circumstances. Of course, on the 9th of August this year, there'll be an Azimio government. And that government, I think, with the government of the people, by the people, for the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Leader of Minority. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Orders number 28 and 29, the Senate do adjourn sine die. Senator Sakaja. So long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this motion that the Senate do adjourn sine die. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this House since the 31st of August 2017, meaning we've been here for 4 years, 9 months, and 21 days. Or 57 months and 21 days, or 1,755 days. Mr. Speaker, it has been a journey that is bittersweet. There's been joy and tears. There's been pain, Mr. Speaker, and there's been happiness. but I want to use the words of Max Dupree, who says the first responsibility of a leader is to define reality. The last is to say thank you. In between, the leader is a servant. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we are not leaving our leadership roles, but for some of us, this is a very special moment because, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Bible says man may plan, but the final outcome is the Lord's. That is in Proverbs 16:3. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to be a legislator again. I have done bills. I have presented many bills. I've been a legislator since I was 28 years old. Now I hope, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be signing bills into law moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I have enjoyed my time as a legislator. I have deeply enjoyed it. Since I came in 2013 as a nominated member of parliament, up until the time I got elected by the people of Nairobi to serve as their senator, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have served diligently. I've given my best foot. I've put my best foot forward, rather. And we've proposed bills and motions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of those include bills that will forever go down the history of this country as monumental bills. The 30% procurement opportunities for young people, for women, for persons with disability is a bill I sponsored in the last parliament. The National Employment Authority Act, which exists, is another one we sponsored. Mr. Speaker, the Private Security Regulations Bill, the Disaster Risk Management Bill with Senator Mutula, the Prompt Payment Bill with Senator Faria, the Startup Bill to promote our startups, Mr. Speaker, the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, and of course, a legislative proposal on National School Lunch Feeding Program, which didn't go through, but which is a program I intend to implement in Nairobi County if elected governor of this county of Nairobi, which I pray happens. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that in this time as senator, I have been able to lobby for an increase of the revenue of Nairobi County from 15 billion to 19 billion shillings. That is an increment of 3 billion. Ordinarily, would take more than 5 cycles of the revenue formula, which is 15 years, but we've been able to get there. We've been able, through our Committee of Labor and Social Welfare, to lobby for artists, our musicians, to get skiza tunes, an increment from 16% when we started this fight with Bob Collymore and President Uhuru Kenyatta to the current 41%, and we do hope it gets to 51% for our artists. We've advocated, Mr. Speaker, and we've done it together with our colleagues here, for better rates for digital taxi drivers and initiated favorable regulations. Those regulations for Uber, Bolt, Taxify, etc. drivers, when I thank Senator Faki, are still sitting on the desk of CS Macharia. Our drivers are suffering, our drivers are crying. We need to push that he actually passes them into legislation. Today we've had a bottom-up economic forum, and that's one of the issues that has come up from our drivers. They're losing a lot, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've lobbied against double taxation on my traders for, in Isili by KRA. We've stopped punitive regulations on importers in Nyamakima, Kamkunji, and Dubois. Mr. Speaker, I've helped to stop demolitions in Mukuru from where they are reached, Mr. Speaker. And we've spoken about what has been happening in, for a lot of our people. We've stopped the ban of importation of spares for Kirinyaga Road traders. And Mr. Speaker, we've lobbied for 1.7 billion for rehabilitation of our roads. There was an incident in Kasarani, and I'm glad through this house, I was able to get 350 million shillings to complete Kasarani Mwiki Road and to get an additional 1.4 billion for roads in Nairobi as a senator. Mr. Speaker, of course, we lobbied and secured the resumption of the stalled Dandora Stadium project, which I will be sure to complete as governor of Nairobi. And against the release, Mr. Speaker, or rather we've actually pushed for the release of funds for completion of stalled projects in this city. Mr. Speaker, I want to remember our fallen colleagues whom we started this house with in 2017. The late Senator Ben Okello-Oluoch, who was the shortest serving senator from Migori County. Mr. Speaker, our brother, the late Senator Boniface Kabaka, whom we lost, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, especially the late Senator Yusuf Haji, Mr. Speaker, I say especially because Senator Haji was a mentor to me. Senator Haji, I remember in 2014, when I was a nominated MP and I was chairman of his party, he took me aside in New York together with Senator Musila and told me, young man, some of us have served this country for 100 years combined, because him and Musila had served for 50 years each. And he said, at one point I've been his boss, at the other point this has been my boss. Tuliza, let us teach you a few things. The first thing they taught me, Mr. Speaker, was that you take bread with olive oil. And they said it's good for your heart. And Mr. Speaker, when a 70-year-old gives you advice for your heart, you take it seriously. Number two, they said never burn a bridge. Never burn bridges. Be good to your subordinates and to your bosses, because tables turn. Mr. Speaker, Senator Musila had been Yusuf Haji's boss, and Senator Haji had been Musila's boss at different times. Let us never forget that. Mr. Speaker, I pray that God continues to rest the soul of Senator Haji in peace, because even in the Senate, when I served as chair of Labour, I was also his vice chair to assist him. And you remember he was busy with BBI, and he really held my hand through that process of chairing the Security Committee. That was a great leader. Leaders are defined by the other leaders they create. Mr. Speaker, same goes to the late Gigi Kariuki, who, despite our big difference in age, we had a standing lunch every last Tuesday or second last Tuesday of the month at the Serena Hotel. Mr. Speaker, may God rest their souls in peace. Mr. Speaker, I must acknowledge the success that we've had and the success I've had in this Senate, personally, because, Mr. Speaker, I believe I've been rated well. I owe it to the staff that I've had. I want to thank Monate Shaban, my clerk, in the Committee of Labour. Our committee has been by far one of the best performing committees in this House. Rose Mudibo, who later left us to go to the Ministry of Health, really assisted in the Security Committee, and she did an amazing job. I'm sure she's doing the same with Senator Mutahi Kagwe. Charles Munywa in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Jeremy Chabari, Caroline Kirore, Humphrey Ringera, Marale Sande, one of the best research officers I have ever come across, and I hope you can second her to the Nairobi County Government, Mr. Speaker, when I become Governor, God willing. Sylvia Nasambu, Lucian Limo, amongst many others. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to thank, despite the current circumstances, I want to thank our President, Uhuru Kenyatta, because, Mr. Speaker, we've walked a journey, and in fact, that is the route through which I became a nominated MP. He trusted me to lead his party in 2012, which we formed. Mr. Speaker, he has been a mentor. We have agreed many times. Other times we've disagreed, but I must give credence where it is due. He played his part. Even though at this time we don't agree on the political direction of this country, I acknowledge the role he has played, Mr. Speaker, in my life. Mr. Speaker, we've had high and low moments. Security Laws Amendment, I remember in the last Parliament where leaders came to blows. I managed to stop it despite being one of the youngest members of Parliament at that time. And the formula debate, Mr. Speaker, which was very, very emotive. Mr. Speaker, despite all this, we must leave this House with a level of camaraderie. We must live as friends. Mr. Speaker, for everything I've gone through as a senator, both in and out of this House, I harbor no bitterness. I harbor no hate, no anger, Mr. Speaker, and no vengeance. In the words of, I think it must be William Penn, because, Mr. Speaker, now we're moving to another level. He says, no pain, no palm, no thorns, no throne, no girl, no glory, no cross, no crown. I want to wish all my colleagues the best in their careers, those who are vying to come back to this House, those who are vying to become governors, and those who have retired from politics, if there is any. I wish them all the best in their future endeavors. I hope we meet, and we meet in good places for good reasons, Mr. Speaker. May God bless you, and thank you. Please don't cut time when I'm thanking the Speaker. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have handled some of the most tension-filled moments of the Kenyan Parliament, and you've handled it with grace. In as much as in some of those points we were not happy, we said you ran away with the ball. But you did a good job, Mr. Speaker. I know you'll do well as Governor of Bungoma. I want to announce to other governors who might be coming in that the senior-most governor to be given chair of COG, who has been a speaker and a governor, actually is Senator Lusaka. So let us consider him. When we go there, we pray to God, inshallah, may he order our steps. As the Bible says, God orders the steps of the righteous. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honorable senators, I really want to seek your intelligence because the list is very long. Allow me to say, let us have 5 minutes. Just recollect your thoughts. Please, we seek your intelligence. The list is very long. Otherwise, we will go up to very late. And we have a caucus, like I said. So please, I know we can recollect our thoughts and put all that we want to say in 5 minutes. In the case, we have been talking for the last 5 years. Senator Amos Wako.
Don't count. Yeah, now start counting. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand up with very mixed feelings, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I'm not standing for re-election. So this may very well be the last time I'm speaking in this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I recollect the first time I spoke in Parliament, which was about 14th of May, 1991, when soon after being appointed as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been a member of Parliament of the 6th Parliament, 7th Parliament, 8th Parliament, 9th Parliament, 10th Parliament, 11th Parliament, and now 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do recollect that soon after my appointment, it was on 3rd of December, 1991, that I personally moved the constitutional amendment to delete Section 2A of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, the history of this country in constitutional matters can be divided into two, from independence up to 1991, when I moved that motion, and many amendments between 1963 and 1991 were amendments which sort of interfered with constitutionalism in this country. Some were good, but many were bad amendments. But from 3rd December 1991, the amendments that were done through Parliament under my watch were basically reform amendments, reform of the Constitution, reform of legislation. It was just basically reform, culminating, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the promulgation of the new Constitution on 27th August 2010, which I was privileged to be the person in the seat of the Attorney General at that time. Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenge that I see the next Senate having is a challenge to ensure that we do not fall back to the history of Kenya as it was between 1963 and 1991 in terms of constitutional amendments, because the independent constitution, right from the word go, was dismantled. There were clawbacks, amendments, and so on. Our job, since we came here as the 11th Parliament, has been to maintain the new constitution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, I did stand for election as senator. I did not want to stand as election for senator on retirement as Attorney General, and I had already made my own arrangements, opened an office for international commercial arbitration, and been elected to the International Law Commission of the UN, which post again I'll be retiring at the end of this year. But my people convinced me that since that was the first election under the new constitution, and I had watched the birth of the new constitution, I should be in the Senate to ensure that the constitution is well defended and starts on a proper footing. Mr. Speaker, sir, as that it may be recalled, in the 11th Parliament when we came here, the first session of the Senate, we faced major challenges on our legislative power, and as chair of the Legal Affairs Committee, I advised, and it was taken by the then Speaker, that we must challenge the decision of the Speaker of the National Assembly in the court by way of an advisory opinion before the Supreme Court, who had ruled, and they had ruled, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Senate can only debate the county allocation bill. We cannot debate the division of revenue bill. I'm glad that we succeeded, and going forward, I hope that the advisory opinion of the Supreme Court at that time will carry us in good stead for the future, because it more or less restored our legislative power to the extent that this Senate can debate any bill, and that really any bill, even security and so on, does touch on counties, and therefore this Senate has a legitimate right to debate those bills. So the challenge now is to ensure that going forward it is done. Mr. Speaker, sir, because of the challenges, we...
Okay, I'll just add you, given that you have served for 35 years, and your time is up, I'll add you another 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Let me now go slow down. I was going fast because of the 5 minutes. Thank you very much for that consideration, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, because of the challenge to the Senate, we went to the Supreme Court and got that advisory opinion, an opinion which actually restored our legislative mandate, which, although it improved, has not quite caught ground because there have all the time been obstacles, particularly from the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that is going to remain a challenge. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 11th Parliament, under my watch, we appointed a committee to look into constitutional amendments which would restore the Senate to the proper role it ought to be, and which was not there in the current Constitution, not there in the current Constitution because of the negotiations that went on prior to it. And that committee came up with very outgoing proposals on how the role of the Senate can be restored. It restored all the amendments had the effect of restoring all the legislative power of the Senate, so that there were no longer arguments between the two speakers as to whether this is a bill that touches and concerns a county and so on. The amendments concerned also issues such as the approval of officers. In fact, we said that all constitutional offices and all constitutional commissions appointments should be by the Senate. The amendments also proposed either a separate service commission for the Senate, or alternatively, we have equal representation in the Parliamentary Service Commission. And if possible, the Speaker of the Senate should also be the co-chair of the Public Service Commission. Tribute has been paid by Senator Sakaja to Yusuf Haji, and I think we all owe and support that tribute to Senator Haji. And I would like to repeat here, since I was on the building, the BBI committee, that at the task force level, Mr. Speaker, sir, the task force actually recommended all the amendments that had been proposed by the Senate committee to strengthen the place of the Senate in the Constitution. We did recommend that, and it's there on record, Mr. Speaker, sir. But ours was merely advisory, and therefore advisory are not binding on the principles, but there things were done in a manner in which the end result was that we more or less remained where we were. But I can assure you that, and I want to defend my record there, and that of Senator Haji, that we had succeeded at the task level to ensure that all amendments that had been recommended by the Senate committee on strengthening the role of the Senate, the place of the Senate under the Constitution, were done. So the challenge going forward is that should there be any future proposals for amending the Constitution, the challenge for the incoming Senate is to ensure that those amendments, which we had all agreed, it was a bipartisan approach, should be carried in the amendments that may come, constitutional amendments that we may have in the future on the strengthening of the whatever. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, there have also been challenges, and that is necessary. We should continue to fight for our space. If we don't continue to fight for our space, we do not want to be in a position in which the first Senate was after independence. you know, it disappeared. The fact that we have succeeded now for 10 years shows that we have succeeded in being around, but we must be around and remain relevant. And remain, you know, very relevant to the mandate that we have.
Your time is now up, Senator. Your time is up, Senator Orengo, Senator Wako. Okay, just 1 minute, Senator.
But in 1 minute, I can say that I would like the country to reread the BBI report, first report. Because the BBI first report was actually accepted by everybody. And if you read that BBI first report, it also talks about what I'm talking about, but it also talks about that we must fix Kenya through having a proper national ethos. So this Senate, being the upper house, should be on the forefront in ensuring that this country does a positive national ethos, which includes issues of integrity, anti-corruption, and issues of ensuring that we do not have negative ethnicity in this country. And this Senate can provide the lead in approaching those issues in a very bipartisan manner, national issues in a very bipartisan manner, in the same way as the 11th, the Senate, the first Senate, was approaching these type of issues to the extent where we came with the amendments to the Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the extra time you gave me.
Okay. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion on Senate. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm the second person to contribute who is not running for the post of Senate, and for that reason, I'm really feeling honored to appreciate a number of people. The first one is the people of Uasin Gishu County who brought me to this house. I want to thank them most sincerely for giving me an opportunity to serve them in the capacity of their senator for 5 years. I want to thank them for the time we have worked with them and the development agendas that we have managed to deliver. But, Mr. Speaker, as I thank the people of Uasin Gishu, I must thank this Senate. This Senate, Mr. Speaker, did a record agenda to go to Senate Mashinani. And I was honored, Mr. Speaker, to be the first host of Senate Mashinani when this Senate did their sittings in the Uasin Gishu County Assembly House. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the senators. We had a very heavy program because it was the first one. We loaded it properly, and the senators did an excellent job. I say so, Mr. Speaker, because even some of the participation that was done, some of the things they participated in have left a lasting mark in the county of Uasin Gishu. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committees because all committees sat and they had the opportunity to visit various corners of the county. The Committee of Education was able to visit the ECD centers, they visited the polytechnics, and Mr. Speaker, you even led a delegation to go to the School of the Deaf. That, Mr. Speaker, has had a lot of impact. I've had follow-up meetings myself to various corners of the county, and they will never forget the impact that Senate Mashinani had. I would like to also appreciate the Committee of Health that whose impact actually went beyond the visit, the Senate Mashinani, We were able to visit the county later on. We visited the facilities in Ziwa, level 5, which was told at the time. And I want to thank the Committee of Health, because out of their visit to Ziwa level 5, we now have structures that are almost ready. Our level 5 is almost ready. It is unfortunate that Uasin Gishu is one of the counties that never enjoyed the extra 500 million because we have not had a ready facility. But I'm happy that the Senate Mashinani, during Senate Mashinani, the Health Committee initiated a process that is going to culminate in level 5 being put in place. We also were visited with the same Committee of Health. We visited facilities in Moiben, a stalled project. We visited Keses, level 4, which was also stalled and has now been revived. A number of things came to mind at that time, and it also touched on petitions. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this House and thank the Roads Committee that went ahead to deal with a petition that had to do with compensation for families that had sacrificed their land for a road, a bypass that connects Uasin Gishu, Kakamega, and beyond. Mr. Speaker, we also met farmers. You remember the investigation of the maize issue, and this House has done a great job. So even as I'm thanking the people of Uasin Gishu, I cannot forget to thank this Senate for the great participation and the contribution that they have had. My impact on Uasin Gishu has come basically because of that. I want to thank the Committee of Finance and Budget and for the issue of blocking the buying of the National Bank building. It has become a landmark in Uasin Gishu that actually this Senate stopped extravagance in the county government of Uasin Gishu that was about to buy a building for double the price. I thank you, Senators. Colleagues, I want to wish well the Senators, the members who are going to come back to the Senate, and those who are going to be governors, I want to wish you well. And to ask those who are going to be governors to make a difference at the level of being a governor, to be more accountable and to be able to have an impact on the ground, because we owe it to this nation, we owe it to our people. Mr. Speaker, finally, I must thank you. I have served under you, first in the panel and now as your deputy. You are a great leader. Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the way we have worked with you and the Speaker's panel. You have been a very considerate speaker. You have been a very nice teacher to all of us. You have guided us well, and we have done well. Colleagues and Speaker, I wish you, all of you, well, and I believe we are going to meet in various capacities. And let's not forget the family that we have been in the 12th Parliament. It has been great, and may God bless all of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Professor Sam Ongeri.
Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to contribute on this sine die motion in this Senate. To put on record, I've been in public service between 66 and 88, that's 22 years. Between 88 and now, that's 34 years. Total 34 plus 22 is 66 years. I'm probably the senior-most member of this House in terms of service to the public life. Secondly, I've enjoyed being in various committees in the Senate. In the Committee of Education, we were able to streamroll which has now become an act of parliament. Secondly, in the Committee of Health, we've been able to channel very many bills, including the Health Amendment Bill 2022, which has now gone through this House. I've been a member and a chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. During that period of time, I was able to bring up to date with my colleagues, Senator Moses Kajwang, Senator Ochila Yako, and many others, Senator Ole Kina, who were able to bring up to date the unaudited books of accounts which were tabled before this House, 2014, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, before we handed over to the other committee. At the same time, for the first time, we were able to do the auditing of the County Assembly books of audits. And that was a credible record. Volumes of reports were tabled here. And I want to thank those members of the committee who worked with me for tirelessly devoting their time to this effect. As a member of the Select Committee of Agriculture, under the chairmanship of Senator Cheriot, we were able to bring a bill before this committee, before this House, the tea bill, and I think farmers are beneficiaries of this tea bill, this act of parliament, which has now benefited the farmers very enormously. One thing I want to say, that the role of county governments is to be able to channel resources to the rightful places so that they can be spent equitably and have access of opportunities to both the less privileged and the ordinary citizens of that county. One of the reasons I'm going back to be a governor of Kisii County by God's grace is the very fact I've served nationally. I've been for 15 years as a member of parliament, as a cabinet minister. I've served nationally as a diplomat for 10 years in various capacities. Now it's time for me to plow back that enormous experience to the Kisii County government. And I'm sure they'll be better off with that experience being poured and with the contacts I've made from various, both locally, internally, internationally, and regionally. It will help to be able to enhance the capability of Kisii County to that level. The other thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that this issue of devolution and the support from the central government, probably from the National Treasury, the timely release of the exchequer releases is a critical factor because some of the pending bills have come about as a result, and you know it. You've been a governor before, now a speaker. One of the headaches we're going to face is the untimely release of exchequer releases from the National Treasury to the county governments. And I think this is an area of the incoming senators that must devote their time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I've measured words, as I go to compete with others in Kisii County, there's one notorious candidate whose business is to say that I've left, I'm not competing, I've left it for him. Let it be known to all and sundry that I'm firmly in the ballot. I'll be there 9th of August, 2022. Wait for me. God help you, but I think God is also helping me better than you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. You just came in on time.
Yeah, of course. I came here ahead of you. Mr. Speaker, "7 years and 4 months and 3 days, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all the colleagues that I found here. When I joined this House on the 18th of February 2015, I was accompanied to the Speaker by Senator Moses Wetangula and Senator James Orengo. Of course, there was a little competition amongst them because Senator Professor Anyang' Nyong'o also wanted to have the honor of accompanying me to the Speaker, but only 2 senators were able to do it. I want to thank those 3 senators and Speaker Ekwe Thuro, who welcomed me to the Senate on the 18th of February 2015. In those 7 years and 4 months, Mr. Speaker, I've been faithful to the people of Homa Bay, I've been faithful to the Constitution, and I've been faithful to this House. The 3 critical functions of a senator is representation, legislation, and oversight. Mr. Speaker, in terms of representation, I've been very fortunate. Perhaps I'm the only member who has been a chair of 2 committees in the life of the 12th Parliament. For that, I thank the leaders of my political party, the leadership of this House, and the office of the Speaker, as well as my fellow senators, for entrusting me with the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee and thereafter the leadership of the Devolution Committee. In terms of legislation, Mr. Speaker, I've been a robust advocate for legislation touching on the agriculture sector, especially fisheries. During my time in the Agriculture Committee, we unbundled the super agency that was established during the Mwai Kibaki days, the Agriculture and Food Authority, which was one super agency, and subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we have now devolved livestock, we have devolved fisheries, we have devolved cotton, we have devolved tea from the purview of AFA. And Mr. Speaker, I think that will bring greater focus. I sponsored amendments to the Fisheries Management Act, which were meant to operationalize the Fish Marketing Authority. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are adjourning before passing that amendment, but it's because of issues of Article 110. There was no concurrence between the 2 houses. Mr. Speaker, in terms of legislation, we need to ensure that the senator has a link to the county. And it is for that reason that I moved amendments to the County Governments Act and proposed the County Leaders Forum. This was meant to cure the issues that had been raised on Senator Sang's initial proposal to have county development boards. Again, Mr. Speaker, I hope we can prioritize that particular amendment in the next parliament so that a senator and a governor have got a forum where they can give instructions to each other and share the priorities of the counties. Mr. Speaker, in terms of oversight, the hundreds of reports that my committee brought before this House for the financial years from 2013 to 2016 and ensure that implementation of the findings of the Public Accounts Committee and various committees of this House are put into effect. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank my colleagues. We have made friends. And Mr. Speaker, as they said that when a child washes his hands clean, he can sit and dine with elders. They said education is one of the greatest equalizers, but the Senate has been the greatest equalizer for many of us. If left on our own, we would not have had the privilege of sitting with Attorney General Amos Wako. I would not have had the privilege of sitting next to Professor Ungeri, who was a schoolmate of my father. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is truly a great equalizer, and I do hope that with that spirit, we shall ensure that there is equity across our counties, but more importantly, we shall ensure that the funds that are sent out to the counties are funds that transform the lives of the people that they are meant to transform. Mr. Speaker, I finally hope that we are going to get a president who understands and who appreciates bicameralism. We are going to get a president who believes that a Senate is an important institution for sober second reflection. Mr. Speaker, I pray that we are going to get a speaker who will not be inward-looking, but will ensure that they continue with the legacy of taking Senate out to the grassroots, of ensuring that Senate has an impact in communities rather than just what we call kizungu mingi in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I also pray that the Parliamentary Service Commission will be responsive to the needs of the Senate and to the needs of senators. I pray that we will find someone at the Treasury who will finally give us a fund that can enable senators to conduct public participation and to carry out oversight. Mr. Speaker, I wish you Godspeed. I wish you all the best in your next engagement. Rest assured that when you appear before the senators, we will be lucky to come back, and I pray I'm one of them. Rest assured we will be fair, but we will also be very firm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kasanga, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Indeed, 5 years is a short time. I still have memories of my maiden speech, and I can't believe that the time has come to give the farewell speech. I give my gratitude to my party leader and to my party, the Wiper Democratic Movement, for having given me this great opportunity and honor to serve in this 12th Parliament, in this Senate of the House. I give gratitude to my family, for all the support they gave me, standing with me and taking care of my children whenever I was busy. And that enabled me to concentrate on all the work that I was doing. I thank God for giving me that courage to rise to the occasion of being in this house and serving as a nominated member of Senate. And I say, because of that, I can attribute my success to several things and several people here in this house. First, Madam Speaker, I have to say the Speaker himself was of great encouragement to me on a personal level, encouraging me to rise to the occasion and to put forward. In fact, he's the one who suggested to me about the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, which he felt I should champion, being a practitioner of the ADR in the country. And I thank him for that support and also wish him very well in his next endeavors. I also want to thank in a special way the Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who's my senator back at home, because he said one very important thing to me, which I shared with my fellow senators who came in after we had come in, that you have to find a cause when you come to a house like this one. Find a cause of great impact and run with it, because 5 years is a short time. And he advised that you have to bring your bills early enough in the house, because once the house is done over half the time, bringing a new bill becomes a bit of a challenge. And I thank him for that advice, because it is because of that I've been able to see the mental health bill reach to the level where it has reached, going for assent. I also want to thank the clerk and his entire team. I've met incredible people who love the work that they do. Dr. Okello for his guidance and encouragement in all the legislative work. Sombe Tona, Dr. Sagini, Charles Munywa, Victor Bet, Deputy Clerk Madam Gishangi, Zakayo Mugere, and all the others who have served in the various committees where I was and who have guided me as well and encouraged me. I have to thank them all, because I saw a lot of passion in the clerk's team in the work that they do. I have to be grateful to the members of the ad hoc committee on COVID, because I believe we did a great job. We came in at a time when the country needed direction. We worked with a lot of synergy as a committee. We achieved a lot, and there was a lot of learning for me in that committee, and especially when I became the chair of that committee. To all the senators, all the support in all my motions, my statements, and of course in the bills, and a lot of encouragement from my fellow senators. I've made friends along the way. I thank them all. And each one of you, I wish you Godspeed in your endeavors, especially in the Committee of Land, and our able chair, Senator Wagithiomi. And managing petitions to the number and to the level which we did in the Lands Committee is, honestly, we can rate ourselves in the Committee of Lands as having done extremely well, because up until just last week, we were able to finalize quite a number of the petitions that had come to our way. And what an impact do petitions have when you resolve them? It has a great impact on our people. So I'm grateful to our committee members. The 5 years has been a journey that is of tremendous personal growth for me. And I have to say I have learned very critical things in politics that I would not have learned otherwise. And for that is a great privilege, I have to say. I've learned matters negotiation. When you're dealing with political matters, I've learned about lobbying. Most importantly, I've learned that power is not given, that you have to be clear in your mind that you want it, and you have to go for it, you have to take it. And from these journeys that I have learned, I have to say my biggest take home in these 5 years, of course, has been the impact of the work on the mental health with the help of this house. We've seen the impact that it has, and it continues to have, and it will continue to have to the citizens of this country. And not just for me, but for this house, we have to be very proud of ourselves.
It's up.
Yes.
It's up. Yes.
Okay, let me just wind up. Just 1 second, just to wind up. I didn't see the red light.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I didn't see the red light. And I just want to say that I continue to inspire the young people with the work that we have done. And finally is to just thank all the senators and to wish them Godspeed and to hope and look forward to another government, next government, that will indeed strengthen the work of Senate and the Senate as a protector of devolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ochilo Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my last remark as a legislator. Madam Speaker, I am one of the few senators who did not begin this Senate at its beginning, and I want to appreciate all my colleagues who we have worked very well with. I want to appreciate you, Madam Speaker, and the substantive Speaker for the tranquility and sobriety you have created in the environment in which we debate. Madam Speaker, through your leadership, this House has lived to its billing as a mature House, to its billing as a House of decorum, unlike its sister and younger House. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I joined Parliament many years ago. It was a Parliament that was vulnerable. This Parliament that I joined recently is a Parliament that is maturing, and it's a Parliament that is fast growing. And I want to appreciate the professionals who are in the clerks department who have contributed immensely to the maturity and delivery of services and legislation policies in this House. I believe that they are up to the calling and they serve as members very diligently. I want to appreciate their courtesy, their professionalism, and I want to encourage the Parliamentary Service Commission to continue training and building their capacities because they are excellent public servants. I do not want to say more about my experience here, Madam Speaker. I share the sentiments and the experiences that my colleagues have articulated very well. I just want to say that I've been in Parliament many times and out of Parliament, and this I swear, Madam Speaker, is my last time as a parliamentarian. I want to encourage those who are going out of Parliament the way I'm exiting Parliament, that there is a lot of life out there. Even if you win, or if you lose, or go out by choice, there is a lot of life out there. And I want to plead with us who are going out, for whatever reason, it's successful. Carry all the dignity and privilege you had here and apply it out there. There are more opportunities. There are many occasions and opportunities where you'll be called upon to offer leadership. Live up to the experience and billing that you acquired here. I also want to say towards the tail end of what I wanted to say, that I believe I am on the right course to taking up my next assignment of being the governor of Migori County. I have had the privilege of, as a chair of the CPI committee, see some of the infractions that are done by governors. I have also had the privilege of looking at most of our counties and seeing the ones that are doing well. I hope I will have God's strength. I hope that I'll have God's wisdom to steer the great county of Migori better than it has been steered in the past. I also hope that I'll have the humility to understand that being a governor is a privilege, but being people's servant is a duty. So I should hopefully serve my people as their servant and as a duty that will be conferred upon me upon my election. Madam Speaker, I want to say that many senators, including Senator Haniri, my namesake, Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr. and others, are going to be governors. I want to plead with those who are returning to this House to form a powerful partnership between governors and senators, so that through that partnership, we agree on the role that Senate should do to midwife, to anchor, and to catapult devolution as an engine of development. On our part, if BBI comes as it should come, I believe as governors in the counties, we will support a referendum that will make Senate what it's supposed to be. With Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to call upon our colleagues who will be here. And as the senior ones like Haniri are leaving, there are more senior ones like Kajuang and Madzayo and others. Ensure that the partnership between Senate and county executives strengthen devolution, strengthen the Senate, so that we have a wonderful Senate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Haji Faria Ali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I wish to thank the leadership of this House, both the minority and majority, for all the support they gave me during my tenure. I also wish to thank senators for responding to my call. When I look out for them for a vote or two, I'm really grateful, and I don't take that for granted. Madam Speaker, I also wish to thank the Speaker of this House in absentia, and you, Madam Speaker, for being my mentor and my friend. And whenever I had a problem that I felt like, how do I go about this? You are always there to support me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other person I wish to thank sincerely, who is not with us anymore, Senator Yusuf Haji. From the time I joined this House, he always was holding my hand and giving me guidance in terms of the initial times, in terms of telling me to be focused, telling me to do what is right, and then sharing, moments. And I used to call him Baba out of respect, and I really miss him in this House, Madam Speaker. And I feel like, and all the other departed colleagues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also, I wish to I have never imagined in my life that I will meet so many, senior councils who are only found in this House. And those are the people I used to see on TV for many years. And now when I saw them in real life, I mean, it's good, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the other things that was my highlight moment was also during the formula. I have never spoken about the formula before on the floor of the House. But today, being my last day in the House, let me just speak to it. Madam Speaker, it was a challenging time, especially for people like me and Senator Mutula Kilonzo who are in the leadership. At the same time, we have to take the interests of our people to ensure that they get justice in terms of the formula. I also want to thank all the senators who are not losing today in the House, who supported us. Madam Speaker, as a result of that, Wajir County got 3 billion extra. That if the fight was not there, and we did not get support from those who are gaining, then Wajir County would have been worse off today by 3 good billion. So that's a big achievement that I feel I am grateful for. Another thing that I think I am grateful for is when I secured 17 million for land, the ex-members of Land Tribunal Committee in Wajir, who the governor, for reasons known to him, has not paid them for 23 months. And because of my statement here, they got paid. And I feel gratification that, and most of them are old people, so I feel proud that through the help of this House, I was able to help them get that money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was nominated to this House, I was from a profession where, it was, with a lot of work, with a lot of time put in so that you achieve your targets. And when I came here, I felt initially that there wasn't that much work to do compared to where I came from. Madam Speaker, one of my former colleagues and my mentor as well, who is also currently contesting to be a governor of Wajir, Mheshimiwa Mohamed Elmi, told me, the way I know you, you will always create work for yourself. And true enough, I started now, sponsoring bills. I was passionate about 2 things all my life, many other things, but very passionate on 2 issues. One of one of them being gender issues, and the other thing being corruption. Madam Speaker, I was successful in sponsoring 4 bills around corruption, together with one with Senator Sakaja and one gender bill with Senator Mutula. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, none of my bill passed because of our position in the Senate and the relationship between. Madam Speaker, just give me 1 minute to.
One minute. Give her the microphone. Yeah.
I also wish to thank the Jubilee Party for appointing me as the Deputy Majority Whip in the House in May 2020. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the party leader, my President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and the senators who voted for me to be the Deputy Majority Whip, a position that has never been held in this Senate by a nominated member on our side, especially. And I am grateful that I was able to secure that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also had an opportunity of being the top 10 nominated senators for 4 years running. So I'm also grateful that I was able to contribute to the success of this House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cheriot, Aaron Kipkirui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's quite uplifting, actually, listening to the valedictory speeches of our colleagues, many of whom have decided to cast their lots elsewhere and choose to serve the people of Kenya in other capacities. And those also who are pitching to make a comeback here. Madam Speaker, I first want to start by thanking God for the opportunity to serve my country. You know, Madam Speaker, I was thinking while jotting down the few quick things that I want to say in the next 5 minutes, that if in the year 2015 you had told me that in 2022 you will be seeking your 3rd term to come back to Parliament, I'd have thought that you're a mad person. But God works in mysterious ways. Here I am today, and I appreciate God for that opportunity. I also thank the people of Kericho for the faith that they have shown in me in the last 2 terms as their senator, and hoping that they confirm again on the 9th of August, Madam Speaker, so that we can carry on the good work that we've been able to do together with colleagues. Madam Speaker, I also want to appreciate our colleagues, many of whom have had long, illustrious careers. Speaking of Senator Wako, over 40 years in public service, Senator Professor Ongeri, my good friend, though young, but very long serving in terms of public experience, the good Senator of Vihiga, Senator George Aniri, many of whom have decided to serve the country in other capacities other than coming back into this House. The leader of minority, Senator James Orengo. You know, Madam Speaker, it's a privilege to serve with these fellow Kenyans. Though on the different sides of a political divide, there are many things that we learn through the exchanges that we've had in this House every other afternoon. I appreciate, Madam Speaker, the legislative work that we've been able to carry out. Of course, top on my pick of drawers and the things that I feel most proud about is the work that we are able to do with our colleagues in the tea subsector, Madam Speaker. Every time I go to a public function nowadays, I see the joy in the faces of tea farmers that I represent in this House when they remind me that thanks to the legislative work that we did as a House, their pay, which they used to receive on the 27th or 28th of every month, by 3rd or 2nd of every month nowadays they get it. That they get their bonuses twice a year. They got some in April. Next week they are getting a 2nd round of bonus, Madam Speaker. I feel proud. That is work that we did together here with colleagues in this House. We went around the country. Many of them contributed. I can never be more prouder than the work that we did, including the contribution of great researchers who are in this Parliament, members of staff that we pulled together that great exercise. I celebrate them each day. And when I meet them on the corridors of Parliament, I always salute them because they are a testament of what good legislative work can do to our country, Madam Speaker, that we don't come here just to speak good English, that with good legislation you can change the lives of our people. And that legislation is a testament to that. Of course, we were able to do some good work also in the coffee subsector. I do regret, Madam Speaker, that unfortunately we were not able to conclude on the sugar bill that is before this House. It's unfortunate. It's something that keeps on ringing at the top of my head that should God, and I believe God will grant us another opportunity, should be the first piece of legislation that we lay on the floor of this House so that we are able to liberate our sugarcane farmers from those that continue to oppress them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also regret that during my time as a member of the Energy Committee, I set out and I had promised, in fact, this is a promise that I made to my wife one day, that having the platform that I have, we need to work on bringing down the cost of power, Madam Speaker, because if you bring down the cost of power in this country, Madam Speaker, you will create more jobs, you will make our country competitive globally, you will make this a hub of investment. But unfortunately, we have not been able to succeed. It's one of the things, together with the sugar bill, that is on top of our mind, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate my colleagues for granting me the opportunity to represent them in the Parliamentary Service Commission. It's also been a great honor. There are many things that we've been able to pull out for them. Unfortunately, because this is a public session, and you understand how this country operates, we cannot speak publicly about many of those things. But I feel proud of the work that we have been able. I thank the members of staff of Parliament, that I serve also in PSC as I chair the staff welfare, for the cooperation and support that they have given to members of Parliament and Parliament as a whole to succeed and reach its overall objective. I look forward to working with them. These are very, very competent. Some of the best brains that you'll find in this country actually are members of staff of Parliament in this House. Finally, Madam Speaker, I plead and I pray that when we come back in this House next time, God willing, that we shall be able to achieve the long-serving dream of having an oversight fund. If you ask many of these senators that are campaigning, many of them are not able to answer difficult questions that are being asked. Okay, Senator, you did well in this, you did well in this, but why did you allow our governor to get away with this mismanagement? And you know, with a salary alone, Madam Speaker, how much can you do? Therefore, I plead with the next administration that they may be gracious to us and ensure that this House is properly funded. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wambua Enokio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my seatmate, Senator George, is pleading a case that because he knows myself and Senator Cheruiyot are coming back in September, why can't we just let them speak? Because they are going away. But Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to give my final speech in this session of Parliament, I want to begin by most sincerely thanking the Almighty God for the opportunity to serve in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I want to thank my God for the gift of life, the gift of good health, the gift of sound mind, and the wisdom to lead the people of Kitui County. Madam Speaker, to that God that I serve, I give all the glory. I want to also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to really thank my family, my wife, my son, my dad, my mom, my sisters, my brothers, and the entire Wambua family for the support that they have continued to accord me in my service as the Senator of Kitui County. And to the people of Kitui County for the privilege to serve them, the relentless support that they have given to me, their decision on the 8th of August 2017 to overwhelmingly vote for me as their senator. To them, I say thank you, even as I look forward to a re-election on the 9th of August this year. Madam Speaker, I wish our Speaker, Senator Ken Lusaka, was here. But through you, Madam Speaker, I really want, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, most sincerely thank Senator
Ken Lusaka, for a very personal and intimate relationship and friendship that he created with the people of Kitui County. Immediately I was elected senator. In December of 2017, Speaker Ken Lusaka came over to Kitui at Nguni to preside over the first ever goat auction in Kitui County, where the leadership of that area made him the patron of the annual event. In 2018, December, he came back for the same auction. Early in the same year, in October, he was in Kitui to officially open the county assembly buildings of Kitui County. And Madam Speaker, you will remember that in September of 2019, Senator Speaker Ken Lusaka led the entire Senate of the Republic of Kenya to Kitui County for a whole week of Senate Mashinani. Madam Speaker, the people of Kitui County are grateful for that service. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues, and especially the 3 committees that I have served in for the 5 years I've been senator. The Committee on Roads, led by Senator Kimani Wamatangi, and the many visits that they have made to Kitui, and especially in pursuit of compensation for persons affected by the project of the road running from Kibwezi to Athi, to Ikudha, to Mutomo, to Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, up to Mbondoni. The Senate Roads Committee has been at the forefront in pursuing compensation for PAPs. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of ICT, led by Senator, Madam Speaker, I see the red light has gone. I'll ask for an additional 2 minutes if possible. The ICT Committee, Madam Speaker, led...
1 minute, 1 minute.
Led by Senator Gideon Moi, and they have helped my people of Kitui in erecting connectivity masts at a place called Dangani in Tharaka Dhagishu Ward, Shiambio in the same ward, Nguku in Momoni Ward, and Inyanzai in Gomeni Ward. Madam Speaker, I thank the Agriculture Committee, led by Senator Peter Ndwiga, for making several visits to Wekeduke irrigation scheme in Kitui, and they have helped us to revive that project. Madam Speaker, to the CPIC for standing with me and with the people of Kitui County to hold the governorship of Kitui County to account on issues of the management of public resources. And on account of their great work, the governor of Kitui County has decided that she will not defend her seat. Madam Speaker, lastly, because of time, I want to thank the Almighty God for the privilege to work with distinguished leaders in this country, as senators, my colleague, senior colleagues, Senator James Orengo, Senator Amos Wako, and all the other, and for you, Madam Speaker, Professor Kamar, my teacher, my lecturer at Moi University. It was a privilege to serve the people of Kenya in the same Senate with my teacher. To God, I say, we give all the glory. Madam Speaker, allow me to just, in 1 minute, say, I still have time. Just 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Have a minute. Have a minute. It's already red.
Madam Speaker, you see, Anili is taking up my time. To pay tribute, really, to my friend, my brother, my really dear brother, the late Senator Boniface Mutinda Kabaka. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim is gone. Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Being in Senate has been bittersweet, Madam Speaker. When we took oath 4 or 5 years now, Madam Speaker, it is a nostalgic moment because this was a time that I had been allowed to serve the people of Nandi and also to serve the nation, Madam Speaker. I want from the onset to thank Almighty God for the opportunity, health, that we have been able to navigate through this unique, Madam Speaker. The great people of Nandi gave me an honor to serve them, Madam Speaker, and it has been an honor and privilege. And the other day, they just renewed their contract. Madam Speaker, if all things remain constant, I might go unchallenged on 9th August 2022 as the second-term senator of the great people of Nandi, the great people of heroes, Koitalel Samoe, and other world-beating heroes like Eliud Kipchoge. Madam Speaker, number 3 is that it was an honor to serve as the chairperson of Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can see many of my members are still in the House, and I'm happy we were able to accomplish the same, not because I was the chair, but because of their guidance, support, and prayers, Madam Speaker. I was able, and I can see my chair, Naomi Shionga, also chaired the NCIC committee where I am. They were able to, Madam Speaker, to sponsor 2 motions. I was able to push and succeed 1 bill that was assented to the County Attorney Act of 2018, which is now the law of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, as the chair, I was able to steer 9 bills that was passed by the Senate and was referred to the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I also assisted and steered this House when it was under attack by ensuring that bleedings were drafted with my committee, and that was petition number 284 of 2019, when the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, decided to pass 24 legislation without the concurrence of this House, Madam Speaker. It was an honor and privilege to work with your secretariat, the committee members, and we successfully challenged that inconstitutionality and illegality that was being performed against the Senate, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy when that petition came into fruition. And I can see, Madam Speaker, I thank many colleagues who are able to be on record on that matter, led by Senior Counsel Senator Okongo Mugeni, the future Governor of makwiny, Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr., Senator Retired Justice Judge Stewart Mazayo, Senator Mohammed Faki, all who are my senior, and other colleagues who ensured that, Madam Speaker, the people and the great Senate was given its pride. I want to thank many senators, Madam Speaker. For the first time during that petition, we were able to work from here all the way to Milimani High Court. It was an honor and privilege, and when history will be written, the name of Senator Cherargei Kiprotich Samson, the Senator of Nandi, shall feature prominently on the answer and the books of the Parliament, 12th Parliament of this Republic, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having been one of the youngest elected senators, it was an honor and privilege, and I never felt less. And I want to challenge young people. Please run for these seats. Get elected. Come here. Let's make these decisions. Let's make these bills. You know the problem, Madam Speaker, our young people are being misused. They are being told they are supposed to be relegated to be only voters or to be used only in rallies, Madam Speaker. I want to challenge them, being an example. Being an example, Madam Speaker, of a young person who fought my way through until I was able to be elected the Senator of Nandi. I want to challenge many young people. I was disappointed, Madam Speaker, when the IEBC released that among the millions of voters, youth are not among the voters. Yet, Madam Speaker, we were expecting to get 8 to 9 million new voters, Madam Speaker. I want to challenge the youth. Let's get registered. Let's go to vote. Let's vote people who will ensure, Madam Speaker, that they speak the language, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having been a product of bottom-up, Because if you look at my history, Madam Speaker, I used to sell in Mosoriat Center, I used to sell milk. I used to, just 1 minute, Madam Speaker, because you are my good neighbor, I used to sell meat as a butcher in Mosoria Trading Center. So that is what God can do is miraculous, Madam Speaker. So it was an honor, and it has been an honor to serve in this 12th Parliament. Madam Speaker, for us who are coming back, we will steer this ship to the way it's supposed to go, and hope many things that we have done in 12th Parliament, Madam Speaker, we can actualize it as we go into the future, Madam Speaker, and even when the new government comes in, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, of Kenya Kwanza, we shall ensure the country is on the right path. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ole Kina, Ladama.
My friend, what is wrong with you? Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, what can I say? Should I start by saying c'est la vie or the thrill is gone? It's been an amazing journey for me. And there are so many things that I've learned in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I'm going to try and name a few in the shortest time that I have. One, Madam Speaker, that black is not black and white is not white. When you come into the Senate, you think things are done in a certain way. But, you know, ultimately, by the time you finish the debate, you end up realizing that black is not black and white is not white. The other big things that I've learned in this Senate, Madam Speaker, which I think will help me grow as a leader, is that never burn your bridges. This is a big challenge, and I think some of us will learn it the hard way. And as part of my journey, I attempted to burn my bridge, but God, Sir God, was right there looking after me when I was appointed as the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. But Sir God was there, and the wisdom of my elders propelled me to greater heights, and I was able to mend my fences. Madam Speaker, what can I say as part of my achievements, which I hope that the people of Narok will be able to judge me on, is one, I played a critical role, and I thank the good Lord for giving me that courage, you know, because, Madam Speaker, I come from a people who have been terrorized, stigmatized, extremist measures for over 100 years. You know, and when your people love you so much, nothing stops you from fighting for them. One of the biggest challenges that I had to face had to do with the issue of Mao Forest, and I'm grateful that even after being arrested, 2 days ago, Madam Speaker, I managed to get that burden off my shoulders, and NCIC was able to see that I'm a good man who love peace and forgive me for those few challenges of learning. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of this Senate and the Kenya team, or Team Kenya, which came in to save this country and talk about the issue of, fantastic, revenue formula. And it is very important, Madam Speaker, that Kenyans understand that we have really people who have been left behind. We have had a big challenge when it comes to the issue of the equalization fund. So really, you know, putting extremist measures on those people again by denying them resources, you know, because of the vast of their land, is something which was going to destroy them. Madam Speaker, the revenue formula gave me an opportunity to send more money to Narok County. And the people of Narok would be glad to know that when I took over from the former senator, Narok County was receiving 4 billion, but by the time I'm ending today, this journey of the 12th Parliament, Narok County is getting 8.8 billion. Madam Speaker, I have no one to thank but this Senate for really standing up with me. Madam Speaker, that really, the 13 debates that we had, really taught us a big lesson, that sometimes when you believe in something, go for it. And the moment you go for it and you fight so hard for it, you will definitely achieve the goal that you set out to do. Madam Speaker, I submit to you that when people love you, you have nothing to worry. And this is why, for me as I sit here, or as I stand here, I am an extremist for, you know, fighting for freedoms and liberty. I am also a radical when it comes to making sure that my people's rights are protected. This is why I have hatred for anyone who affect or who hurt my people. What is happening today for the Maasai people in Tanzania, Madam Speaker, when I see the bullets which are being shot at my people, when you see young children carrying small children running around, being evicted from their land, Madam Speaker, you build so much hatred, and you wish that at least the people of the East African community can be able to remember that those people are human beings and that land belongs to them. Madam Speaker, I see that my time is running, and I just want to end by recognizing a few people who have meant so much to me in this life. My family donated me to the people to be able to serve them. There are so many times that I don't get to sleep at home because I'm running up and down to ensure that the people who elected me, the Maasai people of Narok who elected me to serve them in this Senate, I have so much love for them, and this is why I fight so hard for them. Madam Speaker, there are things which I regret, but I hope that in future, and if God is kind enough, and the people of Narok recognizes the things that I've done for them, and give me a second chance again to be able to serve them in the 13th Parliament as a senator, I'd want to see that with the new president, and I do believe that that is going to be none other than Raila Amolo Odinga, we will be able to end the atrocities, the extremist measures being levied against our people. There are people who are being shot in Laikipia. There are so many Samburus, Madam Speaker, whose cows were killed. This is something so painful for our people. I hope that by the time we get into this country, we can be able, Madam Speaker, in the next election, or rather in the next government, we can be able to ensure that we deal with corruption. We deal, Madam Speaker, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. We deal with corruption. We deal with land grabbers. Those people who are stealing land, who are taking land across this country, and they are known. Madam Speaker, I hope that we can be able to deal with them. We have challenges in Laikipia. There is a Matura land, there's ADC land, there are people who are not being given grazing land. We hope that we can be able to deal with that. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize a young man from Makwiny County. His name is Chenze Chania, who works with a company called ASL, because of what he's planning to do to help our community. Madam Speaker, on the 15th of July, we'll bring in 3,200 women to teach them on how they can be able to add value to their milk, create mini plants, and this young man in Makwiny County has come all the way from Makwiny to Narok County to support. And my staff, Madam Speaker, the staff of the Senate, and to your office. Speaker Lusaka, the Deputy Speaker, the entire clerk of the Senate, both Nyagenya and Mohammed, and all the staff who have been working here, including our staff in the committees. They have done a tremendous job, and we have a lot to thank them for. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, this is a timed motion, and if we were to follow the 2 hours, it would be in 4 minutes. But I want to use standing order number 1 to take care of the remaining members, basically because the former members kept eating 1 minute more, 2 minutes more, so we'll be kind to those who are still there. But please try as much as possible to do less than 5 minutes so that we can finish early. Senator Mazayo. So that you also thank me more.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Bispika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, kuwashukuru watu wa Kilifi kwa jukumu lao walilokuwa nao na kuweza kunipatia mimi nafasi hii ya kuwa katika hili bunge la Senate. Bispika, siku zote tunasema ukisema kwa heri huwa kuna ugumu fulani. Manake ni neno rahisi kulisema, lakini ni gumu sana saa nyingine kulitimiza, japokuwa mioyo huwa watu wanawachana. Tukiwa saa hivi leo, tukiweka historia kwamba bunge ndio tunalimaliza na tunaambiana kwa heri, ni kwa sababu tunapendana, na ni kwa sababu tuna imani ya kwamba iko wakati utafika, Mwenyezi Mungu atatuweka pamoja tena, tutaonana. Mr. Speaker, kitu cha muhimu ambacho nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba bunge la Senate limefanya kazi yake kisawasawa. Tumekuwa na sintofahamu zetu ambazo hatuelewani hapa na pale, lakini tumefanya kazi kisawasawa na hatimaye tumefika mwisho wa hili bunge la Senate. Kusema ile ukweli ni kwamba bunge hili katika majadiliano yake yaliyoko ndani ya bunge liko juu sana. Ndio sababu tukajiita the upper house, ama sisi ni upper house. Mr. Speaker, tumekuwa na mashindano tofauti sisi baana ya bunge hili na lile bunge la kitaifa, lakini kwa sababu ya umuhimu wa kuweza kufafanua zile sheria tumeweza kwenda kotini kama bunge la Senate, na kumekuwa na ushindi katika zile kesi ambazo tuliweza kuzifanya ndani ya mhula huu wa miaka mitano. Tunataka tuwashukuru kwanza wale mawakili walioweza kuchukua hizo kesi na hatimaye vile vile wakalifanya hili bunge likaweza kuweka heshima yake mbele ya Wakenya. Speaker, jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba ni jambo la Mungu mwenyewe anapenda. Tulikuwa na mzee Haji, alikuwa anapenda kuketi mahali pale. Tulikuwa na ndugu yetu Kabaka, alikuwa anaketi hapa nyuma yangu. Tuliweza kuwapoteza katika mhula huu. Tulikuwa na ndugu yetu mwingine kutoka Homa Bay ambaye tulimpoteza mapema baada ya kuingia ndani ya bunge. Speaker, wote hao tunawaombea Mwenyezi Mungu awaeke ama alaze roho zao palipolala wema. Speaker, la mwisho ni kwamba tuna mchakato huu wa kwenda kwa kura sasa, na tuna hakika na imani ya kwamba katika hizi kura ambazo tutapiga, tukiwa hili tunapiga ili tuweze kupewa nafasi tena kule tunakotoka kurudi hapa ndani, tuna imani ya kwamba kiongozi wa 5 wa taifa la Kenya atakuwa si mwingine bali ni baba Raila Odinga, na akiwa yeye yuko hapo, tuna imani ya kwamba nchi hii katika uchumi itaweza kuendelea, manake ataweza kuziba ama ataweza kumaliza mambo ya ufisadi. La mwisho, Speaker, ni kwamba sote maseneta ambao tunaenda nyumbani, Speaker, nataka tujiombee. Ikiwa mimi mmoja wao nikiwa ninajiombea, na ninawaombea wale wote ambao wanaenda kupigania viti tofauti. Wale wa ugavana kama ndugu yangu yuko hapa nyuma Hatiri George, yeye akienda kupigania ugavana, mimi nitapiga magoti kwa Mwenyezi Mungu na nitaomba ili aweze kupata nafasi hiyo. Ndugu yangu Mutula Junior aweze pia yeye akapata hiyo nafasi, na wengine wanaowania hizo nyadhifa tofauti. Na kwa wale wengine ambao wanawania useneta kama mimi, nataka pia niwaombee, tuweke katika maombi ya kwamba wao pia wapate nafasi ya kurudi. Wale wakina mama wanaokwenda katika bunge la kitaifa kama dada yangu Scooping akienda dada yangu Shionga akipata hiyo nafasi, tunamjua kwa jina la utani.
Thank you, Senator.
Kwa hiyo Speaker, pole kwa kutumia jina kama hilo la utani, lakini yeye anajulikana sana. Ukisema hivyo inajulikana ni nani. Kwa hiyo Bishionga ameelewa. Speaker, nataka nishukuru sana kwa kunipa wakati huu. Asante sana.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Inema Gertrude Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my last speech in this 12th Senate. And Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking Almighty God, one, for the gift of life, two, for the gift of good health, and three, for the opportunity that he has given me as a cancer survivor to serve in this house. And it is something I'll forever be grateful to him. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank my party leader, ODM party, and Baba Raila Amolo Odinga for nominating me to serve in this house. And thirdly, I want to thank my family for giving me an enabling environment right from home to come and serve. I want to thank my children. I want to thank Brenda and Matthew for being there for me. I want to thank Damaris and Steve for being there for me. I want to thank Laura for being there for me. I want to thank my baby, who is the upcoming daughter, last born, and an upcoming doctor, Charlotte, who has also been there for me. My family has been very supportive, together with my 5 grandchildren, and this is something I cannot fail to acknowledge nationally and even internationally. Honorable Speaker, my life in this house has been very productive, and I want to confess that when I came into this house, I was really frustrated from day one. I saw very young senators, almost I could equate to the masters and PhD students that I was lecturing in the university. I saw Senator Junior, I saw Senator Aaron Cheriot, I saw Senator Murkomen, I saw Senator Ole Kina. The debates they were making in this house frustrated me from the word go. And I had to take time, honestly, to learn from them. So they ended up being very good mentors for me. And as a result, Honorable Speaker, I realized I was able to scale up. And I thank God for enabling me even to get 2 Mzalendo Awards in 2 consecutive years, the one on health and the one on education. And I want to say that alone I would not have made it, were it not for God. And I want to thank also the team that I found here in the Senate. The legal team led by Dr. Okello did a commendable job. And most of the time I remember even Mogere, I would call him any hour of the night when I had a statement. And anytime I sent my statement, they were fine-tuned. And I could not even believe when I was reading my statements. I want to thank also for the legislative bills I was able to make. Were it not for Dr. Okello and his team, I would not have made, though it is regrettable that they were not able to see light at the end of the day. I want to thank the clerk Nyengenye for having a very sober mind, and also hearing. Most of the time, sometimes I would go to his office and he'd always listen. I want to thank all the clerks in the Senate. I want to thank the sergeant at arms also. I remember the many trips we went to. They were forever there, and in my mind I felt that I had the security that I needed. I want to thank also for this opportunity that God blessed me when I was in the Senate, and this blessing spilled over to my family, my extended family, and the people of Lugari, Honorable Speaker, because I was able to impact, and I thank God that He allowed me an opportunity to impact the lives of others. Honorable Speaker, as we come to the close of this Senate, and I know and I believe that God will put me in greater heights where He's going to use me magnificently, because my desire is to be alive and to be productive, for God to use me so that glory can go back to Him. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Langat, Christopher Andrew. No, it's an exchange program with Senator Mogeni.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this particular chance to say my last word in this particular very important Senate at this particular point of time in history. Allow me to thank God so much for having touched the hearts of the people of Bomet in 2017, whom luckily they elected me as their senator. And I want to thank the people of Bomet for having given me that opportunity to serve them with diligence, coming together to to champion some particular bills and some particular maybe opinions and statements that have really supported our counties. I do remember very well during the time of revenue formula that most of us came together from the opposition and the government side for the common good, for the sake of our people. And I want to thank those colleagues whom we stood together as Team Kenya to support actually our counties. I would also like to thank so much the members whom we served together in the Committee of Education, whom I'm so sure, Senator Omugeni, you really guided us on legal matters to support so many things concerning education. During that particular time, we managed, as members of the Education Committee, to save this particular country from the time there was a lot of confusion on matters to do with early childhood education bill. We managed to go through together. We went on public participation, many a times in very challenging areas, and finally we succeeded to come up with early childhood education bill, which now is really guiding education, early childhood education in this particular country, especially on providing a uniformity on the service of early childhood education teachers. I would also like to thank the same team that, remember, this is the particular team that we advised the Ministry of Education on TVET progress in this particular country. We are the people who champion actually and advised the Education Ministry of Education to emphasize on capitation of 30,000 and a loan to TVET students of 40,000. That I can remember very well that before then, we were having around 81,000 students in TVET colleges in this country. But when actually we were winding up, it was about 1.8 million students who have succeeded to join TVET colleges. So I really want to thank those particular colleagues, people like Senator Ongeri, who had actually an overwhelming knowledge and intelligence on matters to do with education, and he contributed so much towards the development of TVET education in this country. I would like also to say that we had some challenges. Remember when we were following up on the laptop project that was supposed to be given to Standard 1 children in this country? I would like to say we really regret that particular policy was not taken seriously, and most of our schools never received those particular laptops, and I would like to encourage the incoming government to come and take that particular policy seriously to make our children digital, to make our children actually to digitalize education right from the basic education to the highest level of education. So I want to say that we also made sure that we really attempted at our committee level to shape the CPC program, which we were feeling by then that it wasn't the right time to implement it in our country economically, but we managed to advise accordingly to the point that that particular program now is taking shape, and it is my prayer that the Ministry of Education and the next government will put more funding to that particular program so that it may succeed. So I would like to thank this particular Senate and all our colleagues. I would like also to thank Senator Shionga, whom she has been my chair in Committee on Cohesion, and you really did good. You managed myself and Cherarge, and we reduced the hate speech that...
Thank you, Senator. It's done. It's done. Senator Masita Naomi Shionga.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. to give my last remark in this house, hoping that I'll come back. When I come back, whichever place or the house that God will place me with, be it the Senate or the lower house, I'll be able to serve. First of all, Madam Speaker, I want to say that as we come to the end of this 12th Parliament, I take the opportunity to thank the Almighty Father or God for granting me a gift of life to be here and to enable me associate, share, contribute to this wonderful House of Senate of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I continue by saying that it is only through God that I was able to do what I was mandated to do. And also being given an opportunity, I want to serve as a chair, National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration. Through the handshake, Madam Speaker, I really want to appreciate and congratulate my Apple leader of Azimio, Right Honorable Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, His Excellency, because they enabled me become the chair. Being a first nominated senator to serve as a chair in this house and a woman, it was not easy. When we were coming here, it was not easy, but it was made easy when the changes were there and immediately they recognized my capability and gave me that responsibility. I enjoyed working with the committee, and Madam Speaker, I want to say that with the success of those membership, whom I will mention here, including Senator Pareno, who is in the Speaker's panel, Dr. Gertrude Musurube, who was the champion for the people living with disability, who contributed a lot, Senator Masi Chembeni, Imana Falahada, Tumbesi Lelegwe, and Kerekei, and Langat, who were really on me, but I was able to contain them, and I was very happy because they contributed a lot to the committee, and not forgetting my secretariat, Madam Speaker, my secretariat that was able to enable me, even after being introduced to that new job, they made my work very easy in the committee, and I ran the committee like I had never run before. And I will say that Veronica Kapati, Principal Clerk, Leruk, Anne Kagoko, the researcher, Munyao, and Rupen Kimosop, the sergeant at arms, they really made sure that my committee was working, and we improved a lot in fast-tracking the legislative agenda or business of this House. Madam Speaker, I would want also to say that I am so happy that to extend my gratitude to the other members of the Senate, especially the many lawyers who are in this Senate, that enabled me know how the laws are or the bills are made, how we interacted with them, how they made some of us grow very fast, especially by coming up with legislation, motions, and other petitions that we were able. They enabled us to make that friendship and enable us to work hand in hand just to make sure that we learn very fast. And even people were thinking that we were second-term members, whereas actually we were first-term. It's because of those members. And just to mention a few, Senator Mutula here, he really held a hand to make sure that we were able to deliver. And the leadership of this House, Senator Orengo, Senator Wetangula, Amos Wako, my senior counsel here, and others, I can't be able to mention Akina Murukomen. Madam Speaker, I can say I am so delighted to have worked with such a wonderful team. Not forgetting my Speaker Lusaka, whom we come from the same place. But here, Madam Speaker, you will just allow me some few minutes because it is already red and blue, but I'll speak. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the Speaker was so good. It was wonderful for us to get such a Speaker. Some get very hard time, but when the Speaker was there, and even you as the deputy under the Speaker's panel, you were able to make sure that us who wanted to pass a point and we didn't have an opportunity, you were able to connect our eyes and you gave us an opportunity to serve in this House or to speak or contribute. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in this House, I also stood up by being awarded by the Global Award of Empowerment from the American Institute and
being the best because I really empowered women in my county of Kakamega and the vulnerable, and I was very happy because this house then gave me an opportunity of getting it. Not forgetting the Senate clerk, not forgetting the Senate clerk led by Nyengenye, who gave us an atmosphere of a brother to work with him. He fast-tracked us when we wanted actually to go outside the country to perform our mandate. Even here, he really did marvelous, and he made some of us make Parliament a home and not a field of, not a place where we thought it was a fearful. Madam Speaker, I just want also to conclude by saying that there's so much that we can say, but I will want to appreciate and just say that it is unfortunate that we lost the four of us, our members, and I will not repeat, because God decided that he will take them before us, and may their soul rest in peace, because we lost them when we really didn't want, and when we wanted actually to conclude this house with them as we came. And lastly, I want to say that, Madam Speaker, I have served with people who served in the government of Kenya from the Moi era, Kenyatta era, up to the Uhuru era. And Madam Speaker, it was good and enjoyable working with former ministers in this country. People like Ephraim Maina, people like there are so many ministers here who served in the previous, even you, including you, Madam Speaker. And it was nice just serving with them. And I just want to wish that for those who are going to go for the governor, let them all succeed.
Thank you. No, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Now, Madam Speaker, that is why I earned the word scoop, and I have just scooped 1 second. Madam Speaker, I want to say that it was a privilege to work with all the members of the Senate, having good friends like Akina Kwamboka, having young and old men who actually made the life or my life very easy in this Senate, and I thank God for them. May the Lord God give them blessings and even give my family blessings, because they offered me to Kenyans to serve them. And I hope I'm coming back soon. God bless you, and I wish to meet them soon and very soon in different capacities. God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Mogeni, Eric Okongo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also make my very final remarks as a senator who served in the 12th Parliament. Madam Speaker, these remarks elicit some emotional moment because they are colleagues. We have had bonds and memories for the last 5 years, but whom we may not be crossing paths with in the next Parliament, Madam Speaker. I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because there are a number of us who are moving on to high offices like Senator Mutula, yourself, and others who may not be with us next time. But it has been a joy, Madam Speaker, serving. I want to thank the great people of Nyamira for having elected me as their senator overwhelmingly. I want to thank the support I've received from my family, Madam Speaker, beginning with my lovely wife, Jackie, and our children, Nyamokami, Gekara, Okongo Jr., and Aliaro, who have been very patient with me as I serve the people of Nyamira. I thank them, Madam Speaker, for the support that I've enjoyed from them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to state categorically that it has been very fruitful serving in this House, especially on occasions that we have had to work together in the best interest of our country at large. I remember, Madam Speaker, my best moment in this House is during the revenue sharing days, Madam Speaker, when we stood together as Team Kenya in support of some of us who are losing colossal amount of money. Madam Speaker, without the spirit of Team Kenya, including my friend Senator Mutula, who is in this House, Senator Murkomen, Senator Sakaja, I risked losing a whooping 600 million being taken away from the county of Nyamira. that was my best moment in this house, that I was able to stand firm, get support of my colleagues to ensure that Nyamira does not lose 600 million. I also want to thank Senator Cheruiyot and other senators we worked together with in enacting the Tea Act that has brought reforms in the tea sector. Madam Speaker, my people in Nyamira are going to get a very generous bonus this year because of that legislation. Last year, our farmers were paid between 7 and 9 shillings, Madam Speaker. But this year, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that most farmers will get a bonus of between 20 29 shillings. And that is consultation. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, please consult in low tones.
Yeah, that is a pride that goes to all of us as senators. I must thank the Minister for Agriculture, Peter Munya, with whom I visited the county of Nyamira on more than 5 occasions, including last week on Tuesday, to listen to the problems of tea farmers and to see what interventions the government can put in place to ensure that we put smiles on the faces of farmers. Madam Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. A statesman, I think, will now go down to the annals of history as a man who has made it possible for various ethnic groups to come together and work as one people belonging to one nation, Madam Speaker. If, Madam Speaker, there is a legacy that Uhuru Kenyatta leaves behind, is the unity that he has brought to this country, making it possible for ethnic groups like Luos and Kikuyus, who either it was never really thought that they could work together, but who are now working together. Madam Speaker, there have been good and also bad moments during our tenure, some joyous moments and some painful moments. At times, Madam Speaker, we have made, it felt like this house can be a graveyard for professionals, Madam Speaker, where at times you are made to make decisions without being guided by your conscience. I hope, Madam Speaker, that the next Senate, the 13th Parliament, will allow liberals to also thrive in this house, Madam Speaker, so that our tenure as senators should not be synonymous with the surrender of liberals. Madam Speaker, those who are passionate in defense of the Constitution, those who are passionate in defense of human rights, those who are passionate in ensuring that there is fairness, Madam Speaker, must be given room to thrive in this house. I pride myself, Madam Speaker, and with other members of the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, that we stood firm, Madam Speaker, and tabled a report before this house in defense of the 6 judges who have never been appointed by the President, though the Judicial Service Commission recommended that they should be appointed. It's my hope, Madam Speaker, that in the fullness of time, Madam Speaker, the state will be convinced that it's in the interest of fairness and justice that those 6 judges should be allowed to assume their offices as judges of the Court of Appeal so that they can continue to dispense justice. Finally, Madam Speaker, for those of us who are standing for various elective positions, may it be senatorial or gubernatorial, I wish them all the best, Madam Speaker. May we have peaceful campaigns, peaceful elections, and may victory come their way. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next senator is Senator Mary Seneta, who has been online for a while. Senator Seneta. Senator Mary Seneta. Okay, yeah, I'll pass by. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next. Mary Seneta, if you are there still, when you come in, you can signal us so that we give you a chance. Senator Kitua Nguki Isaac.
Kitinda mimba wewe. Njoo mbele kitinda mimba.
for the first time, for the first and last time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being the last born, I thought I would speak the last. And I'm reminded of the words of my good brother, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., when I came here, this house on 29th September 2021, that is last year. He told me that I am a very young man, but I should not let anyone look down upon me. And I believe the incoming governor have made you proud thus far. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank God for giving me this opportunity to serve this country in the capacity that I have been serving as nominated senator who represents the youth of this republic. Coming here, I met great men and women, people that I always looked upon. I remember I've always been joking with one of my mentors, Professor Sam Ongeri, that he started his career before my parents were born. And therefore I'm a grandson to him. But that has not limited him, or that has not limited me to working with him, and always to go to him to look for guidance and counsel. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank my parents who really struggled to bring me up. And that's why I always tell parents that no matter the hardships that you are going through, never give up in your children. You may not have made it in life, but you can do everything possible, especially to educate your children, because as we say, education is the equalizer. Some of us are where we are today because we had an opportunity to go to school. The other person I want to thank is Mr. President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. Mr. President has been a friend, has been a mentor, and my party leader. He's a man that I've worked with since my days in campus. I remember I met him in 2000. The first time I met him was in 2009, and from that time, we established a strong bond, and he has never shied off from mentoring me. Therefore, Mr. President, wherever you are, I know you are watching, I'm very grateful for the opportunity that you give me, and I continue, and I pledge that I continue to be a faithful and a loyal mentee. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Speaker. You have also been very, very good to me. And I think I've been one of the most luckiest person, because everyone in this house is either at the age of my mother, at the age of my father, and maybe the age of my grandfather. Therefore, in this house, I can say I have parents and I have great parents. To everyone who supported me, everyone who encouraged me, I am forever, forever grateful. I cannot fail to mention the staff, and especially the office of the clerk led by our clerk, Nyegenye. He has been very good to me. He has been a father to me. Every time I needed an issue, I needed an assistant from his office, he was always there to assist me. I also want to thank our Sergeant at Arms, led by Major Sorobit, who has also been very good to me. I call him a father. You know, out there, Honorable Speaker, I don't know how to call these people my colleagues, because of the respect I have for them, how they welcome me in this house, and I know that we'll be meeting elsewhere, or maybe here in the same, this house. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank Honorable Amos Wako, the former Attorney General, Senior Counsel, James Orengo, and Honorable Sakaja. I had a birthday on 24th of January this year, and after our committee meeting, I don't know how they learned that it was my birthday, they decided to give me a very wonderful treat. And I am very, very grateful. I will never forget this. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we are in campaign season. And as a young man who represents the youth of this country, I want to request and beseech them that it is high time that we discover and realize that politics is not enmity. Being of a different opinion does not mean that you are an enemy to your friend. And I've been urging them to look keenly at the composition of this house. Yes, we come into this house, we debate, but there is no single moment, especially in this Senate, that I'm proud of. There is no single moment that we turn physical. And therefore, moving forward, I also want to request and urge fellow colleague leaders that let us not misuse the young men and women of this country. We have a future and a country to look after. There's one thing that I like by Jimi Hendrix. He says, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Let us not, as a country, reach a point and say, no matter what, we must get what we want. We have a country to live in. We have a country to bequeath the generation that will come after us. And finally, I want to wish everybody the very best. I know there are those that are campaigning. There are those who have decided to retire, like one of my mentors, Amos Wako. I want to wish everyone the very best. And those of us who will be privileged to come into this house, I know that we continue conducting ourselves in a manner that befits this house. I also want to say this in conclusion. You know, Paul the Apostle always concluded 7 times before he said, finally, brethren. I want to say that the next government, I pray, and I'm confident, will be a government that will unite all Kenyans, and the person who will become the President of the Republic of Kenya, who will be voted in on 9th August this year, will be a man who will unite this country and who will look at the interests of those people who will have voted for him and those who will not have voted for him. And that man, I believe, is the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. God bless you, and I wish everyone the very best.
Senator Mwenyehaji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nachukua fursa hii kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuchaguliwa kama senator wa kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pili nashukuru watu wa Mombasa kwa kunipa fursa ya kuwatumikia kwa hii miaka 5 kama senator wa gatuzi la Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, furaha nilionao ni kwamba safari yangu ya kuingia bungeni ilianza mwaka 1992. Na nilikuwa kabla ya kuchaguliwa nilikuwa nimejaribu mara 4 lakini Mwenyezi Mungu akanikubalia mara hii ya mwisho wa 2017 na namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na Mwenyezi Mungu ni mkubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pili Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru ofisi yako na wewe mwenyewe binafsi pamoja na ofisi ya karani mkuu. Vile vile nawashukuru maseneta wenzangu wote ambao tuliweza kuhudumu pamoja katika bunge hili, hususan wale maseneta ambao walikuwa wamebobea kama vile Mheshimiwa Amos Wako, Mheshimiwa James Orengo, Mheshimiwa Khaniri na wengine wote ambao walikuwa wamekaa katika bunge hili kwa muda mrefu zaidi na kuhudumu kuliko mimi. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile pia nilibahatika kuhudumu katika kamati ya sheria ya bunge hili, sheria na haki za binadamu, kamati ya uhasibu na kamati ya kanuni za bunge, yani delegated legislation. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika huduma yetu katika kamati ya sheria tuliwahi kuzuru magereza kadhaa nchini Kenya, likiwemo gereza la Kitui, gereza la Nairobi Industrial Area, magereza ya Kilifi, Kwale na Mombasa. Katika gereza la Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilipata fursa ya kutembelea wafungwa siku ya Ijumaa, ambapo tulipata fursa tukaswali pamoja swala ya Ijumaa, na wakaniomba kwamba hawana mahali pa kuswali, na nikapeleka swala hili kwa wakuu wa gereza hilo na wakatukubalia kujenga msikiti katika gereza hilo. Mheshimiwa Spika, na msikiti tuliufungua tarehe 22 mwezi wa 4 mwaka huu, ambapo ilikuwa ni sherehe kubwa kwa wale wanaohudumu katika gereza lile pamoja na wale wafungwa ambao wako hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nilibahatika kuleta masuala ya mauaji ya kiholela yanayofanywa na vitengo vya serikali wakiwemo polisi, na nashukuru kwamba maombi yangu yalisikizwa kwa makini na kamati ikaweza kupitisha ripoti ya hiyo mauaji ya kuzuia mauaji ya kiholela. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nilibahatika mwaka 2020 kuchaguliwa kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kanuni za bunge za kanuni, yani delegated legislation, na nimeweza katika muda wa miaka 2 kuhudumu kwa kamati hiyo, na tumeweza kujadili na kupitisha kanuni nyingi ambazo zimesaidia sheria mbalimbali kuweza kutimizwa katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kuihuisha afya ama uhai wa kamati hiyo na sasa kamati hiyo kila mtu yuko tayari kuhudumu katika kamati hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile tulibahatika kuwa katika timu Kenya ambao tulizungumzia masuala ya mfumo wa kugawanya fedha za serikali, na wakati ule tulipozungumzia swala hili ilikuwa kaunti ya Mombasa inapoteza karibu bilioni 1 kwa kila mwaka, na tuliweza kuzuia kupotea huko, na sasa kamati ya kaunti ya Mombasa inapata pesa zaidi kuliko zile walikuwa wanapata awali. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo jingine ambalo tuliweza kufanya katika bunge hili ni kuzunduliwa kwa kanuni za kudumu katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni matumaini yetu kwamba bunge lijalo litatoa ripoti zake kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na sheria nyingi zitaweza kufasiriwa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili kuwawezesha Wakenya wengi waweze kufuata mijadala katika bunge hili na waweze kusoma sheria zao na kuzielewa kwa ufasaha. Mheshimiwa Spika, masikitiko yetu ni kwamba tuliweza kupoteza maseneta 4 katika muhula huu, akiwemo Senator Ben wa Migori, ndugu yangu Senator Boniface Kabaka, ambaye Senator Kabaka, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa darasa moja katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kuanzia mwaka 1987 mpaka 90 tulipomaliza Nairobi University. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile Senator Haji ambaye alikuwa PC wakati mimi nilikuwa shule Mombasa, na Senator Prange ambaye ndiye alikuwa mwisho kutuacha. Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Kabaka alihudhuria mazishi ya mtoto wangu mwaka tarehe 25 mwezi wa 10 mwaka 2018, na vile vile pia alihudhuria kuapishwa kwa mtoto wangu kama wakili katika mahakama kuu ya Kenya mnamo Juni mwaka 2020 wakati wa corona. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuwatakia kila laheri wale maseneta ambao wanaaga bunge la Senate kwa nyadhifa mbalimbali, akiwemo Senator Amos Wako ambaye anastaafu, Senator James Orengo ambaye anagombania ugavana kule Siaya, Senator Khaniri ambaye anagombania gavana Vihiga, Senator Mutula Kilonzo ambaye anagombania kule Makwiny, Senator Sakaja ambaye anagombania hapa Nairobi, Senator Uchilo ambaye anagombania kule Migori, Senator Abdullahi ambaye anagombania kule Wajia, Senator Kihika ambaye anagombania kule Nakuru, na Senator Ongeri ambaye anagombania kule Kisii. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo ambalo nalitia moyo leo ni kwamba tumeweza kutoa hotuba zetu za mwisho kabla seneta ambaye amehudumu kwa muda mrefu zaidi, Senator Khaniri. Kwa hivyo tumepata fursa Senator Khaniri kutusikiza na sisi pia, kwa sababu mara nyingi alikuwa akitoa mchango wake alikuwa anaondoka bunge kabla ya sisi kuzungumza. Tunashukuru kwamba leo ametusikiza na sisi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii, na nawatakia kila Raila. Na pia samahani Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba wewe pia kama spika wetu unarudi Bungoma kwenda kuhudumu kama gavana wa gatuzi la Bungoma. Kwa hiyo tutakutakia kila laheri katika nyadhifa hizi ambazo nagombania. Mwenyezi Mungu akuongoze ili uweze kupata kiti hicho, na utakapokuja hapa bungeni ujue kwamba sisi tuko tayari kukusaidia na kukuhudumia kama spika wetu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Thank you, Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to speak for the last time. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to thank my family for supporting me during the period I was here, my wife Anita, for understanding the times that you have kept us here, Mr. Speaker, until 10:30 or otherwise. To the Makwiny people for the confidence in electing me, first time at 92%, second time at 98%. Mr. Speaker, I didn't deserve that sort of confidence because, Mr. Speaker, the history is that I was not the first choice for the Makwiny people. It's only that it was a coincidence that was available when my sister was disqualified. Mr. Speaker, it has been a privilege to serve in this Senate. It has been a privilege to grow with the members of staff. I remember people like Chania here sitting here at the clerk's table. We have been with him. He has trained me when I was in the first finance committee, and many others who are here. The Sergeant at Arms. This is family. And in my case, I will not say goodbye because I know I'll be here, not because I'll be impeached as governor of Makwiny, but we are looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to a council of governors that will look at the Senate as a sister house or a brother house, people we can collaborate, not enemies. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, when you and I and Senator Haniri finally sit at the Council of Governors, we will champion to sit with the colleagues who are going to be sitting here as people who we are working together. So I'm not going to say goodbye, because I'm going to now sit in another side of my devolution and defend the Senate with everything I have, because I have seen the struggle we have gone through. These people, these clerks of ours, the sergeant-at-arms, the people who have been working with us in committees, have been crying with us, have been celebrating with us, have been working with us when we go to court to challenge some of the things that our sister house has been doing to us, Mr. Speaker. So I feel extremely privileged, Mr. Speaker. I never thought that I would have to say goodbye and leave this house and go to another one. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the public and the cause for defending this country is greater than our personal endeavors. I have left my personal endeavors to pursue public causes. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the decision to do so is going to help the people of Makwiny to achieve better in devolution. Mr. Speaker, there has been good moments, has been bad moments. We have clashed, but I think, Mr. Speaker, at the end, this has been to the greater good, Mr. Speaker, of this House and to devolution. It has been a privilege to serve with Senator Haniri, Mr. Speaker, who did not treat us, although he is our senior by far, he didn't treat us like monos. Instead, he has been training us on standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I want to disclose that I used to leave very early in the morning to watch Senator Wako's vehicle. He had a very nice Mercedes-Benz AG1. And it was a privilege to serve with him in the Senate. I sat in court with Senator Orengo when I was 18 years old, when I was an intern. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to sit in leadership with Senator Orengo. I went to the National Assembly when Mwangi Githiomi was chairman of PIC. And in that PIC committee sat none other than Ochilo Ayako. These two gentlemen gave my late father a rough time. And that's why I keep saying that we need more robust committees that can challenge people who are using public resources. It has been a privilege, Mr. Speaker, to serve with all these people. They have mentored us. I must have come here when I was immature, because I feel mature in this house, courtesy of the people and the ones we have served with, including Senator Fogisio, who was once the chairman of Wiper Democratic Movement. I thank God, Mr. Speaker, for good life. In this Senate, I have had good times. In this Senate, I have suffered COVID because of the work that we were doing in COVID times. But God has been graceful, and I thank God for the time that I've been here, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can, the ones who are leaving this house, the ones who are remaining in this house, the ones who are retiring, can have a good story for devolution. We cannot afford to let the people who died while fighting for the second liberation and the new constitution down. And I pledge that I'll be amongst those people who will make sure that devolution is a reality in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And finally, the guru, one and only Senator George Haniri of Vihiga.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank you for this opportunity and state that it is a very, very emotional moment for me. Mr. Speaker, this place, emotional because this place has been my workplace for the last 27 years. For the last 27 years, I've known nothing else other than coming to this place to serve the people of Hamisi, first of all, as their member of parliament, and later on, the people of Vihiga as their senator. Even though Senator Mutula Kilonzo says that we should not be saying goodbye, that we'll be serving from the other side, for me, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely, extremely emotional to imagine that I am now making what would be my last speech in this August House, should we adjourn today as we intend to do. As I do that, Mr. Speaker, allow me at the very, very outset to take this opportunity to thank Almighty God from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank God for having given me the opportunity to serve my people for that long period of time, of 27 years. 6 terms, Mr. Speaker, is not a mean feat. 4 terms in the National Assembly and 2 terms in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I thank him for the opportunity. I thank him for giving me health. I thank him during that period, Mr. Speaker. I first of all survived a plane crash in Busia, where we lost some of our colleagues, including Minister Khalif, who was with me on that plane, and others. Mr. Speaker, I survived that. Shortly after that, a few years later, I survived another horrific road accident in Nairobi here on Mombasa Road. I thank God. I wouldn't be here. In my life, 27 years of life here, I have buried so many colleagues, some who are so dear to me. My friend Tony Ndilinge, MP for Kilome, my friend Joshua Orwa Ojode, my friend Khalif, my friend John Peter Onohomutere, my friend Munene Cairo, and many others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to serve even with the freedom fighters. When I came in the 7th Parliament, I had the opportunity to serve with the late President Moi in the 7th Parliament. I was the MP for Hamisi, was the MP for Baringo. I served with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. I served with Ocheng Oneko. I served with Dennis Akumu. I served with Martin Shikuku. I served with the late Vice President Michael Wamalwa Kijana. It is a privilege and honor, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank my people for giving me that privilege, for having confidence in me, for giving me that opportunity to serve for that length of time. Not many have achieved that, Mr. Speaker. Many people come for 1 term, those who are lucky do 2 terms, and those who are extremely lucky do 3 terms. But Mr. Speaker, I didn't do 3, I didn't do 4, I didn't do 5, I have done 6. My people have been gracious to me. I really thank them. I'm looking forward to serve them in another capacity, but even during my campaigns, I keep telling my people, I don't have to be your governor. Even if you don't elect me your governor, I will still be grateful to you for the rest of my life, for the opportunity that you gave me. Mr. Speaker, during this term, I had the privilege to serve, or rather to sit in the Parliamentary Service Commission, the commission that runs this institution, Mr. Speaker. And in the commission, I chaired the Security and Development Committee. I want to thank my coalition leader, Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, for giving me that opportunity. We did the best we could. Under my watch, Mr. Speaker, we have managed to complete the office block, and I want to assure the members who are seeking to come back to this house and the other house, our sister house, that by the time they report,
okay, I'll give you 3 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the members who will be elected into the next parliament that when they come, their offices will be fully operational, ready for occupation, and that they will enjoy the comfort of serving in the new tower. Under my watch, Mr. Speaker, also, we've been able to do the integrated security management system for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the House of Parliament did not have even CCTVs. But we initiated that project, it's on course, and very soon it's going to be launched, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not finish my speech without thanking you, Mr. Speaker, for the way that you've steered, and your deputy, for the way that you've steered this House in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, you do not have the background of being a parliamentarian, but you fitted in very well. You've run the House very well, professionally, and we will always be thankful to you and your deputy. We'll be thankful to the technical team led by my good friend and brother, Mr. Nyengenye, the clerk, for their professionalism and the way they run this institution. We wouldn't have come this far without their support. Mr. Speaker, I know you added me 3 minutes. For me, it will be very difficult to make my final speech in this House in even 10, 20 minutes. I needed a whole hour, but I will confine myself to the time that you've allocated me. I'll therefore want to take this opportunity to wish all our colleagues in this House all the best in their next endeavors, particularly those who are going for governorship. Senator Mutula, Senator Orengo, Senator Kihiga, Senator, who are the rest? There are many. We want to wish them well. I'm sure if we get that opportunity, and myself, we should be able to improve the relationship between the Council of Governors and Senate, because we understand Senate very well. I'm one of the advocates that the Senate must be strengthened. Even as I go to be a governor, God willing, we will still insist that Senate has to be strengthened and given the necessary instruments to undertake proper oversight over the county governments. Therefore, those who will come after us, they must ensure that they continue with the work that we started so that our Senate is empowered. Mr. Speaker, I wish all well, and with those very many remarks, I now officially declare the 12th Senate closed.
Honorable Senators, I think at this moment is the moment we've been waiting for. The curtain finally comes down on the 12th Senate and Parliament. I must also say that it's a very difficult moment, given that we have to part with friends that we have met here. We've related very closely, but like they say, friends meet to part and part to meet. I'm sure that the experience I've learned here will be very useful in my other life, and I've learned a lot. When I was sworn in on 31st of August 2017, I was not very sure how I was going to run this House, given that I had not had any background on parliamentary procedures. When it occurred to me that there were 15 lawyers in this House, actually 15 I counted, who constitute a whole quorum, that even made me more scared. But thank God that we managed to work together closely, and I must really thank God that today I'm able to stand here and officially finish the plenary session of the 12th Senate. I will forever be grateful to God, because there are moments that I thought I would not even finish. There are moments that I would go to sleep and I would not even have sleep, because I was not sure whether this was going to work. But I told God that, God, I know you did not give me this position to shame me. Protect me to be able to steer this House to the end. And one thing that I'll always pride myself of is that the Senate remained united. We remained as one House. It was very difficult to tell that this was the government side and this was opposition. We remained united on matters that affected our counties. I think for that we shall be remembered. And I'm happy that even at our lowest moments, people would even say, we are going to impeach you. I remember during the shareable revenue, it was one of my most difficult times when I had to find an escape route because people were paying for my blood. But at the end of the day, we were all victorious. I remember during the impeachment motions again, it was also a very difficult moment, but again, the senators assisted me, and I must thank the secretariat led by the clerk, who gave me a very good guidance on what steps to take to ensure that I don't shoulder the blame, but we know we move together as a House. Of course, I cannot forget His Excellency the President and the Deputy President, who are my party and deputy party leaders for proposing my name as Speaker of the Senate. I'll forever be grateful to them for giving me that opportunity and for the Senate accepting and voting for me to be their Speaker. If I had an opportunity, of course, I would have wished to continue, because this has been a very good moment. But I'm sure we shall meet in other, as we go to other stations to serve the Republic of Kenya. To all the senators, thank you so much. I want to thank the leadership, and I did mention, I want to thank experienced senators like Senator Khaniri. I want to thank senators like Faki, senators like Madzayo for the Kiswahili, Kiswahili lessons that they took us through. I want to thank senators like Shionga for introducing new vocabulary in the Senate. I want to thank Senator Zani for nakumbuka, you remember Mzungumzaji. She came up with a new vocabulary, Mzungumushi. She came up with a vocabulary that saw her thrown out of the house. But again, that was a learning experience. Senator Kasanga, young as she is, for championing, and I'm happy that today her bill, which she was so passionate about, has been ascended to by the President. You will go down in the history. In other places, it would have been referred to as the Kasanga bill. I hope that those who will come after us will remember. And of course, the Sergeant at Arms and all those who have been escorting me to the house, all those who have been taking care of us in the office, we shall forever be grateful to you. So as we go home, I want to wish all of you God's mercies for those who are looking for other positions. I'm sure the chairs of committees, of course, I did mention them in my speech last Thursday when we were going home. Everybody who contributed to our success, I say thank you, and may God bless you abundantly. Wherever you will be, I'm sure we shall continue meeting, because I'm sure I may not get this opportunity again to stand here and be in this regalia as the Speaker of the Senate. May God bless you. And now, with those remarks, Honorable Senators, a motion of this nature does not require the question to be put. The Senate stands adjourned sine die, therefore. Thank you, and God bless.
Pengine swali langu nilibadilisha kidogo. Kwamba Kenya Kwanza imepoteza maarufu kutokana na kuchaguliwa Martha Karua kama mgombea mwenza wa Raila. Ni kweli hili?
Kiasi fulani. Si kusema ati percentage kubwa. Kwa kisia kwangu ni kama 3-4%. Lakini pia kuchaguliwa kwa Gachagua kama naibu wa William Ruto kumleta shida kiasi fulani. Na ni kitu usiposema wewe utakuwa usemi ukweli. Lakini watu wengi sisi utaka kunyamaza kwa sababu hutaki iwe ni wewe ulitoka na maneno. But it is there, out there. Ukisoma katika mitandao utaona.
Kuna wale wanasema kwamba bifu yako na Gachagua ni kwa sababu wewe pia ulikuwa unataka kuwa mgombea mwenza na
nimekwambia Salim, uvumi, mambo ya kusikiza uvumi wa kisiasa huwa mimi sina haja nayo. Nilikuwa sina haja, si kusema nagombea. Ukiona siku Mheshimiwa William Ruto alitaja Gachagua, mimi sikuwa mmoja wa wale waligombea, na wala hakuniuliza. Siku tumezungumza naye maneno ya deputy, ambia you would make a good one. Na mimi nikamwambia sure, yes, lakini sikufuatizia. Mimi ni mtu naelewa siasa zangu, naelewa wapi nataka kwenda, lakini kusema ukweli sema.
Kwa hiyo kwa mahesabu yako na kama kiongozi wa muda mrefu, mtu mwenye uzoefu mkubwa katika siasa za Mlima Kenya, unahisi kwamba kama hali itaendelea hivi unavyohitaji,
huenda inawezekana
Kenya Kwanza inaweza ikapoteza asilimia hadi ngapi mlimani?
Unajua ukipata 49 of the percentage ambayo imewekwa tayari round 1 imepita. mimi ningependa kufikiria kama mimi ningekuwa kiongozi wa Kenya Kwanza ama Azimio ama tuseme Wajakoya, ni kuplan all the way. Round 1, and if round 2, what happens? Who goes to round 2? Number 1 or number 2? Pia, it is important to tell Kenyans kwamba kuna threat kubwa ya devolution. Because wakati unasikia masuti zikitajwa, ni kusema gavana awe tuseme kwa mfano ni Azimio. MCs wote ni Azimio. Na unajua chapter 2 article 6 inasema namna ya how distinct governments, serikali za Kenya ni 48.
Ndio.
Distinct ni kusema ni tofauti. They are not the same, they are interdependent. Tunaelewana?
Kwa hiyo unahisi kwamba haya mambo ya suti yanaweza
yakichaguliwa tuseme kwa mfano the lineup entirely ni Azimio ama UDA. There is another center of power and command ambaye itakuwa ikisurutisha county kufanya mambo fulani. Kwa mfano nendeni mpitisha hii tutafanya kama upande wa mrengo wetu kama Azimio au Kenya Kwanza.
Sawa,
ukikosa kufanya na wewe ni governor, itakuwaje na wewe kinara wa chama chako?
Tuna muda mchache sana. Pengine
you understand the danger I'm talking about here. Na ni muhimu wa Kenya kufikiria.
Barabara. Sasa pengine tukiacha kidogo kando hayo ya siasa za mlimani, tuje katika siasa za kitaifa. IBC imetoa ripoti kamili ya ule ukaguzi wa sajili ya wapiga kura. Na umesikia idadi ya wapiga kura sasa ni zaidi ya milioni 22.1. Pamoja na hayo, hadi kufikia sasa kama mgombea kwanza gavana na vile
question. Lakini big question. Wamesema wameondoa watu walikuwa transferred. What evidence do they have? Who transferred them? Nani alitransfer watu in the beginning? What game is it they're playing? You understand? They need to come out clear and say, for example, watu waliondolewa kutolewa kwa station zao wakapelekwa station zingine. What may have caused that?
Tulizungumza juzi na hapa na CEO wa IBC Bwana Marjana akaahidi kwamba kuna
uchunguzi.
Announcement iliyofanywa leo kutokana na ukaguzi wa sajili.
Pili, there are certain things zilikuwa zifanyike within certain times kama kit inspection of kit na kufanya sijui mahali ofisi zilikuwa go downs na nini. All those things were not announced. And this same commission.
Kwa hiyo unachosema umeruka swali langu, nilikuwa nakuuliza hujaridhishwa kabisa na maandalizi ya uchaguzi.
Nasema watu tuambie zaidi, wafafanue zaidi ili tuelewe. These tricks of this commission sisi tunazijua. You believe and understand kuwa 2017 3 days before election huyu chairman alisema kulingana na maoni yake hawana uwezo wa kusema wanaweza fanya uchaguzi that will be seen to be free, fair.
Kwa hiyo unahisi kwamba haya ndio mazingira kwa sasa?
Unakumbuka?
Kwa hiyo unadhani haya ndio mazingira kwa sasa?
3 days, unakumbuka sijui? But 3 days later akasema sasa tuko tayari na tuko sawa. Is it the same problems we are facing? Wafafanue kwa Wakenya.
Amekusikia
ili Wakenya wawe wakielewa. Kama sasa umenitoa St. George's Primary, umenipeleka Kisauni. How and why?
Hayo ni majibu bila shaka ambayo tutakuwa tunafuatilia na bila shaka wanakusikia manake Chebukati huwa anaangalia kipindi hiki. Na mwisho kabisa pengine siasa za fujo za jana Jakaranda kwa sekunde 30.
Very unfortunate. Siasa za fujo. Very unfortunate. This time and age hatufai kuwa na vitu kama hizo. Lakini sisi watu wa siasa, politicians, not leaders. Leaders don't do those things. Politicians, sisi ndio shida, sio wa Kenya. Wakati umechukua basi umejaza vijana na miti ya majembe. Ni ya nini miti ya majembe? Wale walijeruhiwa na mawe na silaha, unabeba za nini?
Unaamini kinara wa ODM alihusika? Kinara wa manake William Ruto amemtuhumu.
Sijasema hivyo. Siwezi kusema ni Raila kwa sababu sijui. Sometimes sasa sisi wenyewe watu ya siasa unaweza enda ukafanya mambo ya aina hiyo ili upate sympathy. So I cannot say for sure.
Unasema ni kwamba Ruto alifanya hivyo ili kupata sympathy.
Unajua, I'm only telling you options. I have no proof to say it is William Ruto. Neither do I have proof, but it is unnecessary.
Asante.
Haifai kufanyika katika Kenya ya leo. Mbona usimwache mwenzako waombe kura kwa amani, kwa sera, tuuze sera and we shake hands like it happens dunia yote. Lakini ndani yetu sisi wenyewe ndio shida.
terms of working with the foundation, we're already donating sanitary pads, rosy sanitary pads that is. We've been doing that across the 2 years we've been working with her. We definitely love the work she does in support of less marginalized people, and in terms of people who cannot afford basic hygiene necessities that we bring. We will be doing more with the foundation definitely as Chandari Industries and as Rosie. And personally also we will be supporting the foundation as the Chandari family.
Nasiwe hasara, mtoto ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu, tamlea kwa nguvu za Mungu.
Ladies and gentlemen, from South Africa to Cairo, Egypt, from Somalia to Zimbabwe, Harare, from Malawi, ladies and gentlemen, all the way to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, from Australia all the way to China, from China to Netherlands, my goodness, from the United States, dropping